flight checks are complete. Are we ready for a show, Eastbourne? I certainly hope so. It's been a terrific and very tricky couple of days, but today, what an epic lineup. Yes, indeed, they're going to be going inside out, upside down, and entertaining you throughout the rest of this glorious, glorious afternoon. Yes, it's all very strange, isn't it? The great British summer's back with us, which means it could be, it couldn't be, and that's how the last couple of days have gone. But not so much now. We are set with a phenomenal lineup. I'm sure you will have heard on the radio earlier on the sort of entertainment you're going to have. Jets, you're going to have vintage aircraft, you're going to have a flurry of warbird activity, and of course, to finish off the day, the Red Arrows now fixed and ready to go, and all lined up. Tricky day for them yesterday. In fact, it's been a tortuous couple of days for that team with technical difficulties and all sorts, but that is all resolved now. They're here in force and on the western lawns as well. Now, rules of the day, of course, I see some of you in the water already. Do be cautious there. Red flags have come down, which is brilliant, but during the course of the afternoon yesterday, the swell and the wind did build up, so please keep a close eye on those children, won't you? And indeed, children, you watch out for your granny and granddad as well. The hats and sunscreen, absolutely essential today. It may feel cool in that breeze, but of course the UV is still very high. Make sure you put plenty of sunscreen on, and of course stay hydrated. A lot of new initiatives to keep the show as safe and as sustainable as possible. That includes keeping hold of all your rubbish, please, dispose of it sensibly, and we've got some great teams here helping us make this work for us so much easier. But generally speaking, security also very prevalent around the country still, without perhaps being obvious to everybody. But do please keep a hold of all your belongings, take them with you if you're moving, and if you see anything remotely suspicious or of concern, then just speak to any of the friendly stewards or police around the site. And as you see them passing, there'll be one or two in their red tabards. They are the bucket collectors, and they are really, really important, because they're the people that are going to help with your assistance to keep this show on the road for many, many years to come. Well, I'm looking forward today. I hope you are. Got a few minutes now for you to top up your teas and coffees, sort out the children, get the ice creams in, and settle in for an absolutely superb day. 3 parts, basically. We're going to do the historic part together with the modern, and there's a really superb element coming up for you in this first part of the afternoon. Then a short tea break, then into a more mixed bag of light aircraft, and a couple of very, very interesting formations, partly made up of the Team Raven, of course, doing amazingly well this season. They really have become one of the most popular teams in the country, but also featuring some vintage warbirds, and both Strikemasters set to join us this afternoon as well. So really, really sort. Then another little tea break late afternoon before we go into pretty much the high power, high energy rolling. And in fact, I can see somebody out there in a very large bomber just stealing our thunder here, getting in position for the very first display of the afternoon. But it's the last section. Don't go anywhere before 6 o'clock this evening, because what a great finale we have with the Pit Specials, the Red Arrows, and of course the Tigers parachute display team. And the Tigers, we all took our hats off to them yesterday. My word, it was one of the most nail-biting drops I have seen in many, many years indeed. Tiny bit of beach, very, very gusty wind, and all 6 jumpers got into a very small slot. Right, well, right now it's up to us to make sure that everything is safe for you, not just around the site, but of course in the air and on the sea as well. You'll see patrol boats coming backwards and forwards. Okay, so if you do stretch out too far in the water, you will be politely asked to come back towards the beach during the course of the air displays, because we want absolutely no interference with the aircraft. And while I've mentioned that, if you think of launching anything in the air whatsoever, please don't do it. No kites, no balloons, and definitely, definitely no drones. You will be assaulted by 1 or 2 stewards who will immediately confiscate anything that you have. So it's obviously for your safety that we all adhere to that. Okay, little break now while we check that all we're ready for the first display coming up very shortly, the Battle Brit Memorial Flight.
and the important work that was done during those very dark years during the war.
Yeah, now you're going to tell us a lot more about that in a moment, of course, and particularly the motto, lest we forget, very, very key, and it's lovely not just to see the preservation of this, but also at the same time, and it is a commemoration. I get this, there's a skeleton permanent team, isn't there, with BBMF, and I'm guessing that's mainly engineers?
It is indeed. It is indeed, yes. We have a crack team of engineers that look after these beautiful machines. We also have a dedicated PRO, project officer for the PR team, and admin staff, and obviously the couple of pilots are full-time. The rest are all volunteers, so the Lanc crew are all volunteers.
And what a privilege it must be.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
I mentioned yesterday, just going into your hangar at Coningsby, it's just a delight. First thing I do is just sniff. Take a deep intake of breath, and just that you can smell history, can't you?
It is, and the volunteers that give the tours, they're very passionate about what they deliver during those tours. So it's well worth a visit, and I would recommend anybody to go up there and look at history and listen to what the volunteer presenters have to say. Because they're extremely passionate about what they deliver.
Yeah, well, I've made a lot of good chums up there over the years, and the usual lineup today, bar one extra little thing. We'll just hold back on that for a moment, shall we?
Yes, don't want to spoil any surprises.
No, well, I think it's been out on YouTube for a while now, and I happened to be up at the Family's Day at Coningsby just a couple of weeks back, and I've got to say, a splendid treat. But this trio really, of the Lancaster, a Spitfire and a Hurricane, just about sums up that whole wartime experience, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yes. It's a living memorial. It's got to be seen.
Yeah, and the flight safe and secure for years to come, we hope?
We'll certainly hope so, yes. Certainly like to see centenary for the Battle of Britain Memorial flight.
Centenary, surely that would be 2057. Am I right?
Yeah, public maths, yeah, but you can always dream, can't you?
God, well, I better get into training right away then to make that date myself. Now that's tough, but that would be amazing.
That would be absolutely fantastic if we can keep these running.
But that would make the aircraft 110 years
absolutely
old. So actually, we ought to bring that forward to 2047. And we have a centenary for the aircraft. I think a good few people around here, but might be a bit happy with that earlier date. Anyway, let's just take a little look up into the skies now. And boys and girls, I want you all to help me out, and because sometimes it's a bit tricky for us to pick them up, especially when the sun's in our eyes and there's a bit of mist and low clouds. So we love it when you just point out where they're coming from and give us a wave, point to where they are, give them a shout and a cheer. And of course, at the end of all the acts, we want very much lots of audience participation, lots of Mexican waves going on up and down the fly line. And we will give the boys a good send-off, because they are always looking out of the cockpits as well and doing their very best to well, really make sure that they are entertaining. I see aircraft now coming from thank you very much. I've just seen my first spotter down on the beach coming in from the left-hand side. Please welcome the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
So good afternoon, Eastbourne. As I've already been introduced, I'm Flight Sergeant Liam Osmond, and I'm delighted to introduce to you the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. This year is our 66th year, having been formed officially in 1957, and our fleet of World War II aircraft are preserved in flying condition as a living tribute to the 120,000 men and women who gave their lives in the service of the RAF. Each of the BBMF aircraft has its own unique history, but each aircraft also wears a colour scheme which commemorates a particular battle, campaign, individual unit or aircrew with stories of inspirational human endeavour, courage and fortitude. So as we said, the aircraft are approaching from your left, and I'm going to keep quiet now, give you a moment to appreciate the roar of these iconic engines as they make their initial approach to display for you here today. An absolutely beautiful sight, and one that I hope will stay with you for long after this display. As you've seen, today's display will comprise of the Lancaster, the Hurricane and the Spitfire. All based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire since 1976, we are a regular flying squadron of the Royal Air Force. We have a very small but dedicated team of RAF regulars, reserves and civil servants who are all involved in making these displays possible. We have roles ranging from aircraft engineers and pilots to operations, admin, public relations and training personnel who all work behind the scenes. We are a living memorial to those that served, honouring and promoting the courage and bravery of those that came before us. However, we also proudly give our support and inspiration to the future generations and to support several STEM initiatives through virtual reality and simulator experiences. The Battle of Britain aircraft attend over 900 events with displays and flypasts, meaning we appear in front of millions every summer. We support events from village fetes to state occasions and travel to all corners of the United Kingdom, as well as occasional visits overseas. So the aircraft we have displaying for you today are Spitfire AB910, Hurricane PZ865 and Lancaster PA474. Spitfire AB910 is a Mark 5B with an incredible 143 operational missions to her name, including sorties over D-Day. She proudly wears the D-Day markings of 64 Squadron aircraft BM327, flown by Flight Lieutenant Tony Cooper, one of the flight commanders on 64 Squadron in 1944. As well as her involvement in D-Day, AB also flew 4 sorties in August 1942, during the fierce aerial battle in support of Operation Jubilee, the Dieppe raid. AB 910 also famously flew the first unauthorised Spitfire passenger. Margaret Horton was weighing the tail down, as was the practice, whilst taxiing the aircraft for takeoff, and the pilot unknowingly got airborne with Margaret still sat on the tail. Amazingly, Margaret managed to hang on and the pilot safely landed the aircraft. Neither Margaret, the pilot, or the aircraft were harmed. Post-war, AB flew as an air racer for 6 years before being returned to the Vickers Armstrong for refurbishment in 1953. After this, it was displayed regularly by the renowned Spitfire test pilot Geoffrey Quill. She was donated to the BBMF in 1965. A very special Hurricane now, Hurricane PZ865, was the last Hurricane to be built, rolling off the Hawker production line at Langley in July 1944, with the inscription, "The last of the many," on her port and starboard sides. Keen to preserve the last Hurricane built, Hawkers purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry and kept it in storage at Langley. In 1950, PZ865 was entered into the King's Cup air race by Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret. Flown by Group Captain Peter Townsend, it achieved second place. During the 1960s, PZ was returned to its wartime camouflage scheme and made numerous display appearances, often in the hands of the famous fighter pilot and test pilot Bill Bedford. It also appeared in the film The Battle of Britain. In March 1972, after a complete overhaul, PZ-865 was flown to Coltishall and presented by Hawker Siddeley to the BBMF. PZ-865 currently appears in all-black night fighter colour scheme, replicating Hurricane Mark II Charlie BE-634. That was coded ZYV of 247 Squadron.
Hey, Liam, I hate to tell you, but if you look out to the right-hand side, boys and girls, I see the bomber with a fighter on its tail.
Indeed, as a special commemoration of the 80th anniversary year of the Dambusters raid, we are delighted to present a unique formation. Lancaster PA-474 is joined by her modern-day counterpart, the Eurofighter Typhoon, as she completes her display for you today. We hope you enjoy the opportunity to capture the new and the old as they conduct a series of graceful passes prior to the Typhoon commencing its high-performance solo display. The Avro Lancaster PA-474 is only one of two of these iconic four-engine heavy bombers still airworthy, out of nearly 7,400 that were built. She is a flying memorial to those who served in RAF Bomber Command and those who tragically lost their lives. PA-474 was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Havilland in 1945 at the end of the war and did not see any operational service. The aircraft joined the BBMF in 1973, making this her 50th year with us. PA-474 was officially adopted by the City of Lincoln in 1975 and permission was granted for the aircraft to display the coat of arms and the name of the city on its nose.
It's too early. Yeah, carry on. PA-474 is currently painted on its port side as Lancaster Whiskey 5005,
ARL for leader, with nose art depicting a kangaroo in miner's boots playing the bagpipes, representing the mixed nationalities of its crew at the time. On the starboard side, PA 474 wears the 50 squadron code letters VNT, which were the code letters of the aircraft in which Flying Officer Dougie Milliken flew 27 of the 35 operations on his tour with 50 Squadron. He was the grandfather to former OC BBMF Andy Milliken, and we're very proud to have Lancaster PA 474 based at Coningsby in Lincolnshire, the very heart of Bomber County. If you would like to keep up to date with our activity, you can find us on social media. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAF BBMF, and on Facebook at bbmf.official. You can also visit our PR team who are here at the show today, and they can offer any answers to your questions.
And indeed, let's commemorate now, because coming up very shortly, the two aircraft will break, and I'm sure that Brighty will be relieved to get the throttles going. He's, of course, two extremes of the power and performance range of these two amazing aircraft. But before the Lancaster departs, let us recall the 55,000 men who wounded, injured, lost their lives, and of course all the young men of the Battle of Britain itself and the fighter pilots. Stand by for the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and that we hope you have enjoyed our display here in Eastbourne for you today. We leave you with one final thought, and that is of the flight's motto: lest we forget.
And thank you very much, Liam Osman there. What a unique fly past that was. What a great opportunity. And you notice the call to break there was bombers, not fighters. And of course, that is the remarkable thing that the Typhoon will now demonstrate. Its amazing swing roll capability on this perfect day as it actually eats up the sky in front of us. The stats are phenomenal. Breaks off, of course, to 35,000 feet and Mach 1.5 in just 2.5 minutes. Extreme G-force limits of +9 to -3, a max altitude almost 60,000 feet. And a massively impressive demonstration for you here today in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, a QFI from 29th Squadron, from Royal Air Force Coningsby. Stand back and be amazed, and look carefully as this aircraft goes past you, particularly the underside with the 13 hard points that carry a massive range of capable armament. A huge, huge impact on any enemy force. But it's those two Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofans that give you that 40,000 pounds of thrust. Enjoy! Capable of extremely high speed runs, but we limit him here. We've got a speed limit, around the seaside, 600 miles an hour, otherwise you just wouldn't be able to stand it, and here it is. First full day we have to do complete displays, and Matt Brighty completely in his element here, of course, but he's got plenty of other activities and roles as well, although a fantastic career behind him. He is, of course, an operational pilot on occasions because he is part of the QRA alert system, of course, and that is the system that protects our UK sovereign airspace, but he's busy enough in his day job of being an instructor on this remarkable aircraft. Condensation just bleeding off the top of the wings there. It's just showing you how much moisture is in the air, but also showing how much pressure he's putting the jet under as he's pulling up to 9G to get around those tight turns. Adding a few rolls to the half Cuban. Coming straight at you there again. Just pulling out a bit of G. Oh, marvellous photography going on here. Of course, he's helped enormously by a full-body G-suit to help him to get through this. And of course, up the front end, it's a pretty comfortable office that he's working in there, not at all being disturbed by the amount of noise he's making around the seafront. Lovely slow roll coming up. Displaying the immense performance and manoeuvrability, of course, coupled with the weapon capabilities. It was the clear choice of replacement for the old Tornado F3 and GR4s. An extremely competent swing roll combat platform, able to conduct both air-to-air and air-to-surface missions. Designated the FGR4. It's also very engineer-friendly, readily serviceable and easily loaded munitions. Coming in now, Brighty's pulled the stick back, he's slowed the jet right down, and this is a very strange position to be in. Of course, he has that little computer on board, and if you've got your long-range telescopic lenses, then look at the little canards that are working overtime there to ensure the jet stays absolutely stable while flying at an amazingly low speed, around 130, 140 knots. Very shortly, he put those reheaters back on. Here we go. Keeping the speed slow, now going into a very slow speed loop. Building up the speed now on the jet, coming back again for another 600-mile pass. What is remarkable about this, just look at the small radius of turn, a full 360-degree turn in a very, very small area. Pulling up on the left-hand side now, up into another half horizontal. Repositioning the jet now to give you a superb top-side view. Oh. Well, you spot the error, you've got a bottom-side view instead, but nonetheless, you get one later. Wonderful stuff, often described by the pilots as carefree flying. You can just see how comfortable, you can almost feel how much he's enjoying displaying this jet. It's got so much help inside, a lot of situational awareness, and there's even another little digital lady on board, often referred to as Barking Betty, just giving him a little heads up on any information he needs. Completing what we call a Derry barrel roll. The Derry turn, of course, made famous by John Derry, a legendary pilot back in the early 50s. Also a fighter maneuver trained regularly where you feint to go in one direction but actually turn in the other. And that outstanding performance, grateful thanks to Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, QFI from 29 Squadron, Royal Air Force, Coningsby. Well, that's a pretty punchy way to start any air show. Absolutely phenomenal from the old to the new, all in the space of around 20 minutes. Really outstanding performance and a terrific opportunity to see that new flypast with the Typhoon on the tail of the Lancaster there. Tricky maneuver it can be. As I say, the performance range is completely different, and also not just in the design, engine capability and performance, but of course in age as well, with a good 60 years or so spanning between them. So impressive stuff indeed. We're taking a short break now. Good opportunity to go and make use of the traders, teas, coffees, sandwiches, whatever. Look after the kids. Don't forget to keep them hydrated and topped up with sunscreen as well. And of course, do please look after all your own rubbish and dispose of it sensibly, won't you? Got a great well, it's 3 parts really today. We're going through some solo acts in the next hour or so. We've got brilliant formation flying from Team Raven coming up, and of course another little bit of historic flying courtesy of Rolls-Royce. Completing that section, we hope, with the appearance of the Fury as well. But much more coming your way. Plenty going on the Western Lawns as well. If you have got kiddies who might be interested in a career with military aviation, it doesn't have to be just flying. As you know, having heard about the Blues with the Red Arrows, an enormous support team is required behind any of these pilots displaying today. So take them up there, talk to the guys that actually do the business for real out on the front line, and hopefully they will get inspired and join the next generation of pilots and engineers. all the way through till around 6 o'clock this afternoon. If you haven't got details with you, then make sure you buy a programme, just £10. You'll see the programme sellers dotted all along the seafront, and you'll get all the information you need. And while you're there, make sure you pick up today's flying programme schedule as well, which comes with that. If you've got a programme anyway, but you don't have the schedule, then just go to the same points and ask them for today's schedule. That'll help plan the rest of your afternoon, hopefully to best effect. You'll also get a little free pin badge as well to celebrate Airbourne 2023, our 29th year, would you believe? So we're hoping very much, fingers crossed, that thanks to your help and also your donations with the bucket collectors today, that we'll have a really fantastic 30th anniversary next year. The other thing you'll get the chance to do by getting a programme is to enter a competition to win a Citizen Limited Edition Red Arrow Skyhawk AT watch, and that comes courtesy of Bruford's The Jewellers. It's interesting stuff coming up in the next few minutes. Of course, we've got a whole range of different aircraft, so please don't roam too far away with you, because there's some really exciting stuff going on. But while you've got a moment to think and collect all your family needs together at the same time, then if you want to look for some additional entertainment for the children, why not go and introduce them to the show's Ace and Amy Air Bears. You can give them a great big beer hug on the, even a bear hug, on the western lawns at the information stand, with plenty of friendly Air Bears around. And you can join, of course, their exclusive club as well, just to help keep the show going as well. And I understand that you can give them an even better treat by booking them in early for a little guided tour around the western lawns before it is opened into the public in the morning as well. But most importantly, though, please give generously to those bucket collectors when you bump into them, won't you? We need all your help as much as we can. A tremendous amount of support already given to us, of course, and our grateful thanks to all those many sponsors that get us through this. All sorts of donations have been made, but really key stuff, of course, trying to make us as sustainable as possible. Birchwood Group helping us out with pilot transportation with their electric cars provided by them, and also supplied by Kia and the Mustang range. Caffins, as you may have heard earlier, supporting Radio Airbourne, giving you all the information pre and post show during the course of these 4 days. And the Euro self-drive as well for equipment transportation. The printing all done by Gemini Print, and more radio. We'll have more and more of that as well, I think, from Tom, Lindsay and Jack there. Also running a competition, is it a bird or is it a plane? And congratulations to Michelle, the worthy winner, who lives in Worthing, for guessing the McDonnell Douglas Eagle is indeed a plane and not a bird. Well done. Stagecoach helping out again this year. Services, of course, to and from the 5-acre car park, and I'm pretty sure the last bus returning there is at 6:40. So you will have plenty of time to get that if you stay right to the end of this afternoon. And meanwhile, West Rocks, also thanks for their support and generous donation this year. And other hotels, The View, Cumberland and Lansdowne, helping to look after our really hard-working pilots as well. minutes' time, we're going to be seeing the little Firefly, lovely yellow aircraft, and Rod Dean, absolutely outstanding legend amongst the air display world here in UK, well over 50 years in the business. Team Raven stealing the limelight wherever they seem to be going these days around UK. They'll be with us. The Merlin formation, really unique, celebrating really the heritage of Rolls-Royce with both a P-51 Mustang and the Mark 19 Spitfire. The Tutor coming back, and also a look at the early stages of Royal Air Force training and induction into actually all three military flying services. We were going to have one strikey. We've got them both today now and tomorrow, which is excellent news. And another sighting, we hope, fingers crossed, for the Fury as well. And by far the best so far, actually, in both content and weather. So hell of an afternoon coming your way, and I hope you're going to get yourselves ready for it. Just 4 or 5 minutes to go before that. Just a couple of reminders, please. Do please hang on to all your own belongings. Look after them. If you see anything remotely suspicious around the site, then just speak to any of the friendly stewards or policemen who are patrolling the area. They will help you out. But that includes the children too. Keep a close eye on the children, please, particularly with the sea just bumping up a little bit up against the beach now, and also ideally if you could stay on the beach during the course of the flying displays, just to ensure there are no unnecessary incidents that will interrupt the safe flying that is going on. And then finally, we are concerned about people who leave the dogs in their cars during the day when it's heating up. And we understand there is one animal not looking too comfortable in a camper wagon in the disabled parking area. So if the owner of that camper wagon would please return to his vehicle and also do the necessary with little friendly Fido. And just can we confirm that car park again? It's, as I thought, is the disabled parking in Devonshire Place. Disabled parking in Devonshire Place. Dog in a camper van. Thank you. Get ready. Get your everything ready to wave. Hats, coats, ice creams, it's whatever. We're coming to a slightly different phase of the afternoon, and we want you all to sit back comfortably and enjoy it with all the family together. For what we hope to see coming up very shortly, which is going to be a very graceful and very competent display of aerobatic flying by one of the legendary pilots around the United Kingdom. So get spotting for me and get a good look at. Now these aircraft coming from all around the country. Of course, every air display is frequently not competing necessarily, but also helping to support other events going on around southern England at the same time as well. And these aircraft coming as far afield as Southend, Redhill, Lydd, North Weald, and of course our very own chums in the red areas who started at Odium and then relocated, we believe, to Southend during the course of this morning. And the next aircraft you're looking for is relatively small, lightweight aircraft. It's very high conspicuity colours. However, that means we should be able to see them a little easier. It's yellow on the top, black underneath. You give me a shout when you see it. Into life now as we reset the show for the next hour and a half's worth of entertainment in the air, and we're looking out now. We think eye over Beachy Head. I'm straining to see myself, but a glorious, glorious day, and a warm welcome to all those who parked up at Beachy Head this afternoon. Always a very, very popular place. And if you haven't picked up the stream yet, I hope you are. Of course, 87.7, or just go to the Eastbourne Borough Council, or indeed the AeroView websites to pick up all the information and track. And indeed, another big hello to all those who've joined us out in the bay this afternoon as well. Really, really good to see you here, and just the perfect day for being in the air. Putting up now then on the, just to my right-hand side, is Rod Dean. Thanks everybody for pointing that out, and just slipping out of the sun there, as the, of course, the great fighter pilots of the day used to. And this aircraft's a little Slingsby T-67 Firefly. Came out of an extraordinary background, really. It was a derivative from the Fournier RF6, a French-designed wooden two-seat aerobatic aircraft. The company bought out by Slingsby and then went on to produce this glass-reinforced plastic structure, very much more suitable to today's modern training aircraft. Now, under the contract with Hunting, it provided an enormously busy foundation for many of the tri-service military induction training, elementary flying training we call it. Two models, a 160 and a 260, in the hands today with extremely competent and very affable, outstandingly experienced aerobatic pilot Rod Dean. Pulling out of a half Cuban there, you can now see those distinctive colour schemes, yellow on top, black on the bottom, designated as the highest, and it applies to motor cars as well, interestingly enough. Not that you want to drive around in a yellow car for too much, I suspect. So here he is now. This is all about energy management, as we call it in the business, because he hasn't got a huge amount of power. And so to do these manoeuvres, he starts relatively high, using all that speed as he pulls out of a vertical manoeuvre to give him enough power. Here, demonstrating a very relaxed barrel roll. There are all three axes going there, little twitches going into all the controls to ensure that he stays down the display line. And that display line we call the A-axis, going from left to right. And you see the buoys, they're the markers that we're using for the air display here today. And that is the safety area where all the aircraft will be designated to operate. Some of the smaller ones allowed a little bit closer, and surprisingly the bigger, faster, high energy ones we refer to staying a little further out. So a lot of recent trainees, when I say recent, I mean the last sort of 20 years or so, will have flown this aircraft on their way through to the military. Now, it was replaced initially by the Grob Tutor, and again now the prefect being designated the main trainer. But from my own perspective, having flown all those aircraft, I did enjoy the Firefly very much. It's got a wonderful visibility. You feel you're really sitting in the right place on top of the wings, but tremendous cockpit vision, full 360, and an ideal aircraft, great in formation to operate, and also with that visibility, fantastic in when you're tail chasing your other chums from the formation. The 160 horsepower engine driving a 3-blade constant speed propeller, but it's also fitted with inverted fuel and oil systems, so you can hold it inverted for a good while. And people interested in joining, getting early on with absolutely no experience would have started on this sort of this sort of aircraft. And in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, you'll then see the aircraft that followed this in elementary flying training, the Grob Tutor. You see now how the display has actually moved itself a little bit lower as he completes some of those other maneuvers, coming out now of a very elegant barrel roll. Now, Rod's display experience goes way back, believe it or not, to 1972 and 73, where he was the Strike Command Hunter display pilot out of RAF Tutor, flying well over 50 public displays during those 2 seasons, and also won himself the WD and HO Wills Solo Jet Display Trophy at North Weald. That venue being the venue for the very first International Air Tattoo. Spent most of his time as an operational pilot. But when he left, he was a qualified flying instructor and qualified weapons instructor as well. Spending years in management, but he's been in aviation literally all his life, having done a spell with the CAA as well, very much overseeing and helping us develop the regulations which we are using today to mount air displays. Following the CAA, Rod went on to be involved as a consultant in a huge number of different activities, but primarily in the air display world, working for Farnborough International. And if you may hear the radio in the background to me, that's just our next team checking in with each other. They'll be holding off out of the way until Rod has completed. As well as a pilot, Rod also acts as a flying display director. That's now a very demanding role, managing activities safely on your behalf. And he comes in very slowly. Now this looks even slower against that wind, doesn't it? Fixed undercarriage, of course. And it just shows just what a great aircraft this is to train the very, very earliest of cadets into the art of aviation. Give him away, boys and girls. He goes by, he's flying very slowly. He's having a good look at you out there and just saying, I wonder if they're enjoying themselves. Well, just let him know that you are. As well as his hunter days, though, since then, Rod, in his spare time, has just flown the most extraordinary range of aircraft, many of them World War II warbirds. Mustang, Corsair, Wildcat, Sea Fury, Bearcats, Hurricane, Harvard and Skyreader. As well, of course, everybody's favourite, the Spitfire. He's just got the most phenomenal range. That's just the piston aircraft, but he's got a lot of jet time as well. One of his most memorable moments, if you ask him, if you get the chance to have a chat with him, he once led a big wing formation of 19 Spitfires and Hurricanes back at Duxford in 2000, and also led 5 Hunters as well as part of that. So here he is now. Give him a huge send-off. What have you got? Hats, coats, umbrellas. Give him a wave. Really superb demonstration there by Rod, and he'll be thrilled that you've all enjoyed that. And checking in as promised, and they are in the vicinity of Beachy Head, so you know where that is. That's off to your right hand side. We've got 2 main holds, one off to the right, Beachy Head, off to the left, Pevensey Bay. Some aircraft do hold behind us, but well back, of course, because Eastbourne is right on our doorstep. One of the most successful teams of recent years, in the hands and led by Sid Shirley, and doing very, very well and filling the gap. Very sadly, we lost a couple of teams this year, notably the Blades, of course, hugely popular hole in the calendar now, but also the Yakolovs as well, and filling the hole very, very well, and certainly one of the busiest teams. We've got an entire squadron of gulls right in front of us at the moment, so we hope that is not going to interfere with the flying. They're stealing the limelight with a formation of around 30 of them, if you're not in sight of them, where I am. Of course, propeller aircraft not quite as vulnerable, but they can still get very, very badly damaged by any bird activity. So we're just getting a wind check as well from them. Sounds lighter than it looks. We're only given about 10 knots, but it looks more like a 20, but it gets a little bumpy too, certainly coming over the top of BG Head. So between that range that they'll be demonstrating in, between 200 and 500 feet generally, you will see how demanding it becomes trying to keep in very, very close formation. So they do a number of really, really delightful, graceful maneuvers, six-ship formation, coming in first of all to perform a loop. They're flying all RV8s, a really superb little aircraft itself, very practical. It's a excellent two-seat trainer, and by far and away the most popular home kit-built aircraft on the planet. Really, a real dream to fly. It's a great touring aircraft, excellent visibility, very comfortable inside. You can put some luggage in as well for the odd weekend aways, and it's the sort of thing you can put together in your own backyard. So smoke is coming on. Look, here they come now from the right-hand side, out of the little bit of fluffy cloud there, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Team Raven. Coming out of that formation loop, they call that the Delta loop. They'll just be repositioning there over on the left-hand side. And you'll hear in the background a wonderful cadence coming there. Leader at the front, Simon Shirley is his proper name, but everybody calls him Sid. He's been doing this for many, many years now. Very competent chap, ex-fast jet pilot, having done multiple tours on the Tornado F3 and many missions over the Balkans back in the 90s. Now working as a reservist QFI. Very much in the training role. Got well in excess of 5,500 hours. Coming round now for the underside pass.
Holding the back.
And those actions all held on the final syllable and cadence of the leader's message. And you can see, although they make it look incredibly simple, actually each one of them working very hard to maintain the exact spacing through all of the maneuvers. Some of them get a little more difficult, but the formation breaking up now, and you can see Ravens 4 and 5 breaking off to the left, while the main formation go out to the right-hand side. Good photo opportunities now as 4 and 5 come into break at Crowd Centre. Popping in a roll at the top. Never waste a moment in the air when you can do something just a little bit extra. Completing what we call a quarter clover there, is making a A little bit of a roll to break out on the other side, not surprisingly, 1/4 of a full clover. Coming in now, the full team, or the rest of the team I should say, 1, 2, 3 and 6, in for a barrel roll. This one now a little bit more demanding on those outside players in the formation there. Managing the speed on either side there, and of course positioning just a little bit more demanding. Meanwhile, out of depth there on the right-hand side, you see 4 and 5 repositioning now, coming in line astern. Putting in that little twist again. And then successfully coming in, pulling a little bit of G there. This one not quite as demanding as Brighty in the Typhoon a little earlier. But nonetheless, of course, without any assistance in these particular aircraft. From the left-hand side now, 1, 2, 3 and 6 coming back in for the Cyclone. Alongside Sid up front there, number 2, Pete Wells, again a well-known name on the air display circuits, soloed on his 16th birthday, very much involved in the composite business, owning a company called Zulu Glass Tech up near the Oxfordshire area, and has flown a whole range of different aircraft, built his own silence twister, and spent many, many years in the Twister Duo. What fun we had with them. On the other side of Sid is Barry Gwinnett. He, again, had been flying for the best part of 40 years, and very experienced display pilot, having displayed with the Yaks before joining Team Raven. Many of the guys based actually in the Swansea area, unsurprisingly, where Sid is working as an instructor at Cardiff. Keeping an eye on the both formations now. Smoke coming back on, and of course it's all management as well. Can't contain enough smoke for the entire display. But keep an eye on this one. Another really, really good photographic opportunity coming up. Let's listen in.
4 and 5. Go.
And looking absolutely terrific on this beautiful vista we have in front of us of some white sails out there, blue sky. Meanwhile, keep your eyes out for 4 and 5, who'll be coming in very shortly for their own opposition pass. The smoke, of course, also an essential safety aspect of putting any flying display together. Very, very tricky to pick out these white aircraft in the distance, and that bit of smoke just helps with safety management, particularly as you're coming in low and fast, as these two now pass in front of us. Again, as they depart, just putting in another little roll. It's an absolutely beautiful day for this sort of work. Keep your eyes high and left now. It's 1, 2, 3 and 6 coming in. Again, Sid still at the front, giving the commands. Now in box formation for a quarter clover. Listen out for the roll.
Back early. Off back.
And you just hear there at the top of the turn, just before they roll through that for the completion of the clover, just adjusting the power to come through smoothly and effectively as they come out. 4-5 just repositioning over in right-hand side. Now this is a fighter formation effectively. They refer to this as a battle formation, where the number 2 is spaced adequately to give very good situational awareness and protects his leader from any other threat that may be in there. Pulling up this time for the battle loop. So 4 and 5, very well-known man there in number 4 seat, Gerald Williams, an extremely well-known international Welsh rugby player, but has also played rugby in New Zealand and South Africa as well. Busy businessman these days in the Swansea area, but also a very keen PPL pilot. And alongside him, we've got Russ Eatwell, really fun guy, has got literally squillions of hours and has accumulated well over 15,000 of them in 70 different types of aircraft. Flew for many years the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm aircraft, and then went on to anti-submarine work with search and rescue and flying fast jets. Four and 5 coming back in, pulling in close formation. Keep your eyes to center, out to sea now. You'll see 1, 2, 3 back, coming in a 3-ship for this particular maneuver, performing their own barrel roll as they're rolling to their left, our right, just easing out on the power there. Sid leading them smoothly through. And on the completion of this, they do a very neat maneuver. You just see number 3 moving across there for their echelon fall away. Delightful sight. Keep your eyes at 4 and 5 though, also D-pad in the center there. You see the lights and catching the sunlight. Time to put your arm around your loved one, give them a big hug for the heart. And piercing the centre there, man we haven't mentioned yet, Raven 6, that of course is Mark Southern. Again, a man with a huge amount of flying experience. He's flown a whole range of different commercial aircraft, but started out initially as an air electronics operator on the Nimrod MRR-1 and then the MRR-2. He's got well in excess of 20,000 flying hours and just loving flying with Team Raven. 1, 2, 3, meanwhile, coming in from your right there, pulling up into their crocodile limbs. Now, this is an interesting maneuver because they've got to get round this left-hand corner and be back in a 6-ship echelon formation in time to complete the next maneuver. And you see 4 and 5 chasing the 3-ship down really, really hard now, doing their very best to get in time. And they've got to make this as they go around the turn. And that's quite hard, of course, adjusting your speed and the angle to make sure you join perfectly into the formation. The way to do that, one coming in low safely, the other one positioning high. Once he's in place, the next one will enter the formation, and then as they just come round the corner, they will tighten up. And you see how that 6th aircraft slides across behind them, dips down below, and then pulls up into the formation. Really superb airmanship going on here. Let's listen in. This is a wonderful maneuver called the Twizzles. How about that? Isn't that just gorgeous? Okay, coming towards the final maneuver now for Team Raven. Again, another really super photographic shot coming up for you. What a gorgeous day. Hope you're all out there. Hang on to everything, won't you? Don't forget, as they depart, all these pilots, they try and get a quick glimpse down. Do give them a good wave and airborne send-off. So they're going back to their original formation now, back into Delta. They perform one little maneuver, another little quarter clover before pulling up into their final departing maneuver, the fabulous Delta downward bomb burst. Okay, smoke is back on. You see them coming in clearly now. Let's drop back into the cockpit. You get the cadence now. We'll make formation flyers out all of you. Rolling gently. Stand by for the bomb burst.
Break, go.
And I think you'll agree that's fantastic. Give them a huge round of applause. I'll pass that on and we'll just listen in to the sound of your hands clapping out there. Fabulous flying, wasn't it? I think you'll agree that's really, really superb display and deserve every bit of it. So hopefully you'll get to see them a bit later on in the afternoon when we get them back from the airfield, and give them a good chance for you to have a chat. Well, just a literally a very short break now, just a few minutes before we bring on the next formation, which I'm pretty sure you're going to love as well. It's very unique having these two aircraft with us, and we will just keep an eye out so you know what to do, boys and girls. By the seafronts here at Eastbourne. Just a reminder about sunscreen and hats, particularly for the children, and of course do please keep yourself hydrated. Plenty of water points around, certainly if you're near the Westlands there, and of course by the Loafboat station as well. Just a reminder to keep hold of all your luggage wherever you might be, and of course dispose of any rubbish absolutely sensibly and safely, please. We've got a lot of help on board from environmental companies helping us to ensure that everything is recycled. And well done to all those who walked and cycled in today as well. Thank you so much. All use the park and ride. All helps, every bit helping. But what's going to help more is for you to drop some money in those buckets that the red-tabbed bucket collectors are coming around doing. Or buy yourself a program, of course. All the details, a little program sheet comes with that as well for today. Keeping ours peeled now for a couple of old warbirds. And I'm not talking about the pilots. The machines are just absolutely impeccable. I hear they've just been given clearance to commence their display. And a very worthwhile and a huge welcome and pleasure it is to have these two aircraft with us. Put together by Rolls-Royce, and of course why they're involved? Well, the engines may well have something to do with that, I suspect, but it's all about inspiring, educating and promoting aviation heritage through the operation of these aircraft, providing historic accuracy, and here they are from the left. Please welcome the Rolls-Royce Spitfire Mark 19 and the P-51 Mustang. So what are they trying to do by performing and showing these off? Well, they're really showcasing their historic design and engineering excellence whilst describing the pathway to modern technology and sustainability through what we often refer to as STEAM, or STEM as it's more popularly known, science, technology, engineering and maths, but with the arts thrown in as well. They do that through a whole series of promotional visits and activities, and what you see here today displaying their own heritage as well. But of course, at the same time, as we discussed with the Battle Group Memorial Flight, it's also to tell the story and commemorate those who fought for their country. So keep your eyes on, they're coming from the right-hand side, nice and low, remaining in formation, and then very shortly they will break to give us a full display of each aircraft's capabilities. What a marvellous underside view that is. You can see the meaty structure of the P-51, an outstanding fighter, and escorts as well, achieving great fame, but perhaps even more greater and fonder certainly to the British, the Supermarine Spitfire. This one right at the top end of the development of well over 20,000 Spitfires that were built during the course of the Second World War. Let's just drop into the cockpit. Again, an opportunity good for the photographers here as the pair come back through Crowd Centre to then break off into their individual demonstrations. And there's the voice of Alistair Steg Williams, a ex-Army aviation pilot, brought up on the Lynx helicopter straight after school. And off just bearing around on the left-hand side there, putting in a turn to come back very shortly, Mark Discombe in the Spitfire. Mark, of course, well-known name from his previous year's excellent service with the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, and of course a consummate Spitfire display pilot in his own right. You heard the formation call sign there, and that is the link between them, of course, which is the Merlin engine, synonymous with the name Rolls-Royce. Gracing the sky now, PS-853, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of 79 Mark 19s built by Supermarine along the coast of Southampton. You hear the different tone in this particular engine, however, because that is a 2,000 horsepower Griffon 66, representing the pinnacle of the Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability, the top speed of over 440 miles an hour and a service ceiling of 42,000 feet. Very significant aircraft in many respects, because this one is one of three that helped the initial formation of the Battle Brit Memorial Flight begin as its early days as the Royal Air Force's historic flight. It was delivered initially to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Benson on the 13th of January 1945. Engaged actively with 16th Squadron, participating in Operation Crossbow, and that was involved in the detection of V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. Remained on duty in Germany through to March 1946 before it was then returned to the UK. It was in storage for a while before joining one of several other Spitfires for conversion to the meteorological research role known as the temperature and humidity of the upper air masses. This particular aircraft performed the very last Spitfire thumb sortie on the 10th of June 1957, which is when it then joined the others for the formation of the Royal Air Force Historic Flight. Classic shape, sight of the underbelly there, that elliptical wing, as thin as could possibly be made to achieve those higher speeds the Spitfire became famous for, but also, of course, just enough room to keep the all-important undercarriage and the armaments as well. Not in this one, of course, this one being a recce aircraft. But very sadly, R.J. Mitchell not being able to see the outrageous success this aircraft had, he having sadly died far too early in 1937. So this aircraft was acquired from the Royal Air Force in 1996 to replace a Mark 14 that Rolls-Royce owned at the time, and kept in absolutely immaculate condition, as you can see here today. Very much both aircrafts operating as ambassadors for Rolls-Royce at huge number of air displays, charity events and corporate functions. Completing another classic role for you. Of course, all pilots of these warbirds treating them extremely gently, definitely avoiding any overstressing in order to keep them going, as a privilege to fly them and also to show them to future generations and inspire them. along with Rolls-Royce, of course, representing not only the heritage of these aircraft, but more particularly for them, the engines that powered them, and the constant technical development of the aircraft and its engines, both honouring the pilots of the nations who flew them and the men and women who built and maintained them. Clearing off to the left now to make way for Steg, bringing in the P-51. A really robust aircraft, and easily one of the most successful long-range fighter escorts of World War II, but not initially a great success. Coming in now at higher speed from the right-hand side. And a more familiar sound perhaps from that particular engine. Designed for the British, although associated very much with many American squadrons during the course of the Second World War. It was designed in a very short time indeed, and to meet the urgent requirement for more fighters. They were initially equipped with Allison engines, but whilst operating absolutely fine at low altitudes, many variants were considered very disappointing at higher altitudes. Well, with that sound that you can hear now, it's not surprising to hear that once the airframe was matched with the Merlin engine during the course of 1942 and then developed by both building the under Packard in the USA and then installing it in the P-51B and C models, we ended up with what we see here as a perfect marriage between engine and platform, developed into the 1944 versions of the P-51D. Outstanding machine, bubble canopy, great visibility, 6 guns, one of the most iconic and potent fighters of all time. P-51 had a remarkable range, just over 2,000 miles, thanks to a massive fuel capacity of 1,000 litres internally and a potential for another 800 litres in drop tanks. Equally impressive though, its maximum level speed of 437 miles an hour at 25,000 feet and a maximum diving speed just a little over 500 miles an hour from a service ceiling quite close to 42,000 feet. So the performance pretty much in the same region as the Mark 19 Spitfire. Really distinctive sounds and a really meaty machine there. This one rolled off the North American aviation production line at Inglewood, California in mid-1944. Delivered initially to the United States Army Air Force in July 1945. Sadly didn't see combat in World War II, believing spent most of its service life in various training units in the USA, eventually going to the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1951. So alongside the Mark 19 Spitfire, then Rolls-Royce, I think very aptly adding this particular Mustang to the heritage flights by operating yet another iconic Merlin-powered aircraft, seen by them as a perfect fit with global appeal and also celebrating a historic and ongoing relationship between Rolls-Royce and the United States Air Force. Again, completing a series of just graceful maneuvers, easy wing overs, very low stress, but high impact from a visual perspective. In the colours of Colonel Donald Blakesley, the legendary commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, the Debden Eagles, the design research to represent Blakesley's wartime mount, Whiskey Delta Charlie, also known as the Warhorse. And that was a nod to Mustang's namesake and his radio call, as he was called Horseback Leader. Well, I'm sure you've been as mesmerised as I have. It's just such a gorgeous sight. A perfect day for demonstrating these venerable warbirds and also celebrating the history of our very own Rolls-Royce. Charles Rose was, of course, an air display pilot himself. Died at a very young age, sadly, at one of the very earliest air displays in this country back in 1910, way along the coast, Christchurch, one of the very first set of displays ever to be performed in the Bournemouth area. Bournemouth, of course, now high up there. But Airbourne, hard on his heels, 29 years doing this show, and a real pleasure to feature both these warbirds, housed in a dedicated hangar at East Midlands Airport near the main Rolls-Royce site in Derby. And they're very sadly staying calling complete. An absolutely tremendous display for us. Well, it's all running away, as always, way too quickly for us, but plenty more to come your way with very shortly the Tutor, Royal Air Force, and we'll have Lewis along again today to tell us a bit more about that. The Strike is coming up shortly after that, the Fury, and then in our phase 3 of the afternoon schedule, a really dynamic set of activities with Richard Goodwin in his new model aircraft with some very exciting new engines on it, the Red Arrows, and of course the Tigers parachute display team as well. Get aviation going again now after that short break, and to tell you all about what's coming up next, would you please welcome young flying officer in training, Lewis Osmond. Oh, it's Osborne, isn't it? Yes, Lewis, take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. You may be able to spot our aircraft out to your right as the pilot completes his final checks before commencing the display. My name is Flying Officer Osborne, but you can call me Ozzy, and I am the Tutor Display Manager for this season. And it's an absolute pleasure to display the Grob Tutor today, Eastbourne, as a home crowd. What makes the Grob Tutor so special is that many of the aircraft you see today seem, and especially the Air Force side, seem almost unattainable because they're frontline and take years and years of training. However, as you'll hear in the commentary later on, the Tutor is a brilliant aircraft. If you are 12 to 17 years old, you can join the Air Cadets, or if you go to university, you can join the University Air Squadron and learn how to fly on this aircraft. So this is the most attainable aircraft you can see in front of you. And now, flying in towards you from the centre at over 200 miles per hour is the Tutor Display Pilot, Flight Lieutenant David John Gibbs. As he pulls up at 5.5 G, he converts his speed into height to perform the first manoeuvre, the Quarter Clover. David John is known to most as DJ or Gibbo. He was born in Southport and started his flying career in the Royal Navy in 1996, flying the Sea King and the support helicopter role. As this is DJ's second year of the Tutor display, he has operated at a base height of 300 feet. This is 200 feet lower than his previous season. DJ now regains his airspeed and pulls up into another Quarter Clover. As he goes over the top, he achieves 1,300 feet. DJ rolls 90 degrees and miles pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost zero airspeed. Keen enthusiasts amongst you may notice this is the only 2023 RAF display where we'll be able to see a stall turn performed. DJ is now serving in the Royal Air Force, and when not displaying, he's responsible for training qualified military pilots to become instructors on the Grob Tutor. In his spare time, DJ flies vintage airplanes, races powerboats, and drives classic cars. During his fair career, DJ has amassed over 6,000 flying hours on 50 different aircraft types. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School. This is primarily for UAS students and air cadets. 6 FTS is also engaged in other central defence tasks, such as frontline mission rehearsal and the training of mission support crew. The wingover is a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You will notice that every wingover is slightly different as DJ carefully selects his flight path for different wind conditions and aircraft energy states. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve a maximum of 6 G. This means the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Whilst it not being as fast or as loud as other displays we've seen today, displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio. DJ now uses the wingover to regain as much energy as possible as he sets up to perform his next manoeuvre. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK. They serve over 1,200 Air Cadet squadrons and RF Combined Cadet Force units nationwide. Each year, the Experience Flights offers trips to 20,000 cadets, and you can join the Air Cadets if you are between 12 and 17 years old. And from the age of 13, you can glide in the Viking or fly in the Tutor and experience aerobatic manoeuvres like you see today. The RAF Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme. The Grob 115E Tutor is operated in partnership with BAC International Group. It is constructed of a carbon composite material and has a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. DJ will pull up into the vertical for another stall turn, and this is an excellent photo opportunity. As DJ presents the underside of the aircraft to you, you will see the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund's heart, seen since 2022 to celebrate a fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund support Royal Air Force personnel, Air Cadets, veterans and their wider families whenever they are in need. We're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. For those of you considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. Students on the university air squadrons are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. The Tutor is capable of sustained inverted flight, which DJ will now demonstrate on this inverted pass. Sat at -1G and hanging his straps, this is not a comfortable position to be in as blood rushes to his head. The University Air Squadrons provide a huge opportunity for personal development. They particularly embrace the Royal Air Force's core values of respect, integrity, service and excellence. The UAS offers a wide variety of adventurous training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. In this 4-point roll, DJ delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon whilst flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. Visit our tent, website or view the Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Funds. University Air Squadron members are not committed to a military career after graduation. However, many do decide to join the Royal Air Force. And why not visit the Tutor stand and talk to some University of London Air Squadron students about their experiences, located in the RAF Village. I would like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Funds, Breitling UK, Squadron Prince and Babcock, who have provided much of the merchandise and supported us we have given out at our stand today and throughout the season. Following this swing over, DJ will complete the loop. The loop is a quintessential aerobatic manoeuvre. As he pulls up, he is subject to 5G. DJ aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky. Even when inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seat. The high tempo of Royal Air Force operations continues today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world with NATO and our other allies. All the while, our QRA forces secure the skies above the United Kingdom 24/7, 365 in the Typhoon you saw earlier today. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions. These professions include aircrew, air operation controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace specialists, and many more. The Royal Air Force has an exciting future with the continued development of the Lightning, Poseidon, and Space Command. After completing this wing over, DJ will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles, and make sure to tag the RAF Tutor display on social media so we can see your shots. Throughout the slow roll, DJ will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs in order to keep the lift vector from pointing upwards. DJ will now bring the Tutor around for his departing wave. And this is another great photo opportunity. Make sure you return his wave as he flies through. He can see you. And a big thank you to Eastbourne for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display!
Yeah, a huge round of applause there for DJ, and our grateful thanks to Lewis for that superb display and commentary there, and a really seriously big wing waggle that is, isn't it, too? The pilots love it, so do keep that up, boys and girls, won't you? When you get the chance, give them all a wave. Well, do hang on to your hats, all your belongings. Don't please stretch out too far into the sea. It must be marvellous in there at the moment. It felt like about 20 degrees this morning when I dropped in, so do enjoy it, but stay close to the beach, please, so we do not interfere with any of the flying displays going on. Well, right now, if you fancy a quick drink, we've got just a couple of minutes to spare before we carry on with the flying. We've got 2 strikers coming up next, so why don't we just take a short break, eh? If you just joined us, a huge welcome to you on behalf of Eastbourne Borough Council to what is just the most epic seafront display scenario. Really, really outstanding day after several tricky days in the past, but you've certainly picked a good weekend to be here, enjoying the beach and entertainment in the air, and of course plenty going on in and around the town as well afterwards. All that information in the fabulous programme, which you can pick up from all the sellers dotted along the seafront, just £10. Got everything you need to know in. There's a separate flying display schedule sheet comes with that as well. If you've already got a programme, just nip along and ask for a copy of that programme. Flying activity right through until just before 6 o'clock this evening. Also get a chance to enter a competition to win a Citizen Red Arrows watch. There's a little QR code just inside the cover there to focus on to enter for that. And just a reminder, general, the sun's still very, very strong out there. Please particular care for the children, hats and sunscreen, all that, and keep hydrated. And a reminder to keep all your belongings close with you. Please just to stop any unnecessary alerts being triggered. If you do see something remotely suspicious around, then just do speak firstly to any of the stewards or friendly policemen patrolling the area. And a final call, just a reminder on the rubbish as well. We've got a lot of people helping us with recycling and sustainability efforts this year in Eastbourne. All going extremely well indeed, and your support absolutely essential to help us maintain our track record of producing sustainable air shows. So I hear 2 aircraft checking in now. And just listening in to check that all is well with those aircraft, which is sounding good at the moment. And the generation aircraft, these very much in their day at the pinnacle of what was the family of aircraft we refer to as the Jet Provost. That Jet Provost back in the 50s developed out of a piston engine aircraft called a Percival Provost, went on to become, certainly as a Mark III and a Mark V, the mainstay of Royal Air Force training. Many thousands, including my good self, qualifying on their first solo. Coming in high, right-hand side now. Please welcome the Strikemaster pair. Two very similar aircraft. One we refer to as the grey one, the other the brown and green one. And I'll be giving you a bit more details on both of those. In the hands of two first-class pilots as well, led by Ian Brett, or Bertie as he's known, who was involved very much in the displays of the aircraft you were watching just a couple of minutes ago. Coming out of the North Wales Military Aviation Stable up at Havilland in North Wales, and it's linked inextricably with the well-known Mark Petrie, responsible for bringing these aircraft into the United Kingdom. Sadly, he's not available to fly at the moment. Hence in the hands of Sean Chittenden and also Ian Brett today. Initially built by the British Aircraft Corporation at Warton in Lancashire, labelled the BAC 167, the Strikemaster. Again, at the pinnacle, as I mentioned, of the developments, coming out as an export version of the Jet Propulse Mark 5A. Very similar component makeup, but strengthened to provide a more potent combat capability overall. A very tough and reliable aircraft. It's got an armoured cockpit, a single but robust and some would say rather irritating Viper engine. But it did at least produce a bit more thrust than the Mark V Jet Propulse, with almost 3,500 pounds of thrust. There's manual flying controls, however, which makes it quite heavy, particularly at higher speeds, but also in many ways a little more reliable, as the hydraulic powered air controls, of course, a little more vulnerable to small arms fire. A little bit of extra thrust on these aircraft enabled the aircraft to carry a variety of different armaments, including 2 machine guns, up to 4 500-pound bombs, or 32 Sura rockets. If you're not having those, of course, you can switch and put an extra 75 gallons into 4 underwing fuel tanks. And the aircraft achieving a very, very extraordinary export success with some different countries for a change: Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, Ecuador and New Zealand. It was the SOAF one, the one we refer to as the grey one, which actually had the more interesting history with the Sultan of Oman's Air Force, having been put together from parts essentially relating to an export model that was going off to the Sudan but was cancelled. In this particular one, the youngest of all the Strikemasters ever produced, being built as a one-off in 1986. Still remarkably low hours of just over 2,500 hours, carrying 2 100-litre tanks on the inboard wing pylons to supply the smoke system. And again, we've talked about that. You can see, however, in the difference as they reposition now for this crossover photographic opportunity at Krauss Centre, just how important it is from a safety perspective as well. Pulling enough G to keep this radius as tight as possible, but unsurprisingly, being early generation fighters, using up a little more airspace with a little less thrust. One we refer to as the brown and green one, representing the Royal Saudi Air Force. actually a Mark 80A as opposed to the 82 Alpha of the Omani one. Part of the leasing arrangement with North Wales company that is run by Mark Petrie. This aircraft also saw service in the Royal Air Force of Oman during the Dhofar War as the Sultan of Oman's aircraft number 403. Tail chasing back up into the top of a loop, but a twist going in now, turning that into a half Cuban. Neatly reversing that maneuver on the right-hand side. Possible to get a flight in these aircraft if you contact Aero Legends. It's a new opportunity to get passenger flights in jet aircraft or vintage jet aircraft. A relatively new approval by the CAA. It'd be great, you can get to fly with Sean himself, performing some of these easier manoeuvres, and you can do that if you just contact Aero Legends from their North Weald base up in Essex. Back in tighter formation again, coming in this time, keep your eyes peeled. The sun glinting beautifully off the very well kept airframes. We'll just drop into the cockpit. There, a neat little twist. Smoke off. They're completing their manoeuvre, flying off out into the big blue sky, and sadly not being able to give us a fly pass, but nonetheless eloquently performed for us. Well, coming towards the end of phase 2 of this afternoon's display here, and not least with an impressive warbird, a very big beast of one this time, and you can hear in the background the cackling going on. It's just checking in with us again. At the end of every display, we just reset the parameters for the entire show to ensure that safety margins continue, not just here on the ground, but of course out to sea and in the air as well. And you will have seen our various patrol boats out there ensuring that our visitors out on the yachts, and a big hello to you guys, thanks for joining us. Also keeping the entire display area clear. Lovely to see so many of you. Great to see so many chums as well, giving us a wave as you walk by. And I've just been told it's 5 minutes to run for this particular aircraft. So again, a little opportunity just for you to catch up with the teas and coffees, sort out the children, and get yourself sorted for the next display. number of people here today, which is absolutely fantastic. Really lovely to see so many of you turning out and helping to support the great Airbourne display here. It's been going for 29 years, and we're working so hard to ensure that we do keep this going for the next, well, let's say at least a couple of decades at least, but it would be wonderful to have a massive 30th anniversary next year, so let's bring that on. Meanwhile, of course, with so many people, it's likely to be a bit of a struggle to get out, so why not just stick around in town? Plenty of restaurants to look after you, and of course activities continuing up on the Western Lawn, I think staying open a little bit later this evening, which I think is a terrific place to go. Reminder to take all your youngsters up there and get a chance to get up close and personal with some of the military display teams who are here this weekend. But also a couple of other events. I don't know if anybody's managed to see the Invisible Man yet. It's tricky to spot, I would imagine, at the theatre, but nonetheless, keep an eye out for him, or not. And also, I think it's the Adele tribute night tonight as well. I lived along to listen to the Phil Collins one the other night. Absolutely terrific show, so do bear that in mind. Keeping our eyes open now, I'm told that we've now got commenced display for Steve Jones and the Fury. Keeping eyes out for this magnificent aircraft, but also absolutely outstanding pilot as well. Steve Jones, synonymous, of course, with things like the Red Bull Air Race and some relatively daredevil activities, flying through barns and things in their aircraft. And here comes the Fury. You will have seen perhaps other variations of this over the years, particularly a contribution from the Navy historic flights with their Sea Fury, but this very much representing the last great propeller-driven fighters to have served with the Royal Navy, but this one of the fastest also production single-piston engine aircraft ever built. Today, of course, linked as a standard Fury, not adapted. One of the most popular aircraft with overseas militaries as well. And some famous battles, of course, continued under their regime. This particular one, though, a Mark II, was produced by Hawkers as a Fury ISS, an Iraqi single-seat aircraft for the Iraqi Air Force, one of 60. This one was brought to Orlando, Florida in USA in the late 1970s, before passing through a few hands and a museum. Didn't get flying again until 1991. Big machine, though, as you can see, makes a huge presence. We were hoping to display it in tandem with the Tempest. The Tempest sadly not ready at the moment, as they both share some similarities in the airframe construction and design. Sound of that Centaurus engine there, big again beast of an engine, a Mark 18, giving a maximum speed on this aircraft of just over 400 miles an hour, albeit a slightly lighter version of the Tempest, but with significant changes and modifications. Brought to us today by Ultimate Warbird Flights from the air leasing company run by Richard Grace up in Northamptonshire. the colours of a Sea Fury. You can see bright yellow undercarriage, one of that high conspicuity colours we were discussing earlier on today, represented in a modified Fury Mark II with a tailhook fitted but without the folding wings, which would have been a feature of a Sea Fury. Potential armaments for 20mm Hispano Mark 5 autocannon or 12 3-inch rockets. If you didn't want those, there's room for 2,000-pound bombs as well. Outstanding to have this aircraft, and of course the expert flying it in Steve Jones. He's got such a phenomenal catalogue of air experiences, from the little ones. He used to have his own little pit special used very much just for fun and air taxiing around UK, but right up to the Airbus A380. Steve has just about flown them all and done many experience flights, test flights, obviously the Ultimate Warbirds and Air Leasing involved also in passenger flights. Go to their website if you're interested in doing some warbird flying with them. Many companies undertaking this now under regulations run by the CAA. Big as it is, you can see it's still very manoeuvrable, very graceful, and very impressive. Coming around now for what I believe is his final pass, the final pass of Acts 2 of this afternoon. You know what to do, boys and girls, don't you? Give Steve a massive big wave of hands, coats, umbrellas, ice creams. Here he comes. Steve Jones, no doubt going to put in another roll for us here by the look of it. To take a quick peek of you as he goes upside down. What a great sight that is. And a little bit of tip vortices just to please the photographers there as well, just reinforcing the moisture we still have in the air around us. And I think enjoying it so much, putting in a couple of extra manoeuvres for us today. What a treat this has been. Very frustrating day it was for us yesterday with that mist hanging around. It was stop go all day long, but absolutely full on displays today. Terrific to see. And there was Steve confirming that was indeed his last pass. So as he comes around for definitely the final time this time, and the conclusion of the second phase of this afternoon's air display, give him a very warm, wavy send-off, and he's just dipping down. He's definitely having a look at you this time, boys and girls. Come on, Steve Jones in the Fury. Well, just terrific to be enjoying so much flying today after a very frustrating few days for us. But so another little short break here coming up, chance to do all the usual stuff, whatever you need to do over the next few minutes for what is going to be a scintillating finale, phase 3 of the afternoon, with the jet pits, the Red Arrows and the Tigers parachute display team from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. Just a reminder, you know, please, children, look after those, particularly those down in the sea there, and also sunscreen, hats, hydration, all those things still very important. The sun really, really strong now. It's just gorgeous to see a bit of the great British summer back with us. And as you see the bucket collectors coming round, please give as generously as you can. It all helps enormously. Hats off to Peter Martin and his events team here at Eastbourne Borough Council for bringing it all together. So many shows facing difficulties and demands, as are we, people also enduring the cost of living increase, which is testing all of us. But nonetheless, if you're enjoying this entertainment, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Just give as generously as you can. That'll be terrific. Spectacular afternoon here at Airbourne, really outstanding. And haven't we earned this weather, eh? Terrific to see the Great British Summer back with us. Well, we're just going to extend this break just by an extra few minutes. Very sadly, the Norwegian Vampire is not able to make it this afternoon. It's got a technical problem, but they're literally in the process of fixing that right now to ensure that we do see that tomorrow. So the final phase of the afternoon is going to start off with the jet pits, Richard Goodwin. Pretty high energy entertainment that's going to be as well. Many of you will not have seen this very modified aircraft with little jet engines on the side. That'll be followed by the Red Arrows on time on the next hour, and then concluding the afternoon with the Tigers parachute display team. So a few minutes to run before we restart the flying display, and give you time to get yourself sorted and organised for what is going to be a fabulous finale. into activity once again, which means we're just a couple of minutes to run now to the restart, entering Act 3, Phase 3 of this afternoon, and it's full of action and endeavour as well. So if you want to watch the jet pits, then make sure that you make your way back to your vantage spot, wherever that might be, making sure you've got all your belongings and your children with you as well. And he's just doing his pre-flight, pre-display checks. He's done his pre-flight, all right. They just run through a similar sort of regime as you would imagine. You're checking the engine T's and P's and doing a few bits of G-warm, just putting some high G just to ensure they're back in the groove again and ready for that. And of course ensuring that the cockpit itself is clear of any loose articles. So just about a minute or two to run. If you happen to be Adele fans, I have checked with the organisers. I do understand there are still a few tickets left for this evening's tribute acts. That's perfect evening as well for a bit of outdoor entertainment. And of course, I understand there are tickets still for The Invisible Man, if you can find him. The theatre is easy to spot, that's for sure. It's the Devonshire Park Theatre, just a block behind the seafront here. Very small aircraft, so it can be very tricky to spot up in the sky there. I'm expecting it from the vicinity, and I see the sun glinting off something just off Beachy Head, so this could well be Richard Goodwin, I am sure, being cleared into the display area. Those magic words, commence displaying. Now, a very popular name, yes, the smoke is on. You can see him running in now from the right-hand side. Keep your eyes peeled on this small aircraft, but a massively big impact from an absolute dream pilot, a really entertaining character, totally committed and passionate, arriving in his trademark arrival, the Knife Edge Pass. And I think you'll agree that's a pretty impressive start to any display, isn't it? A totally committed professional. This now a hugely improved and modified aircraft. You would have seen him in the muscle biplane in the past, but this capable now with little engines, 350 horsepower each, just strapped to just the forward edge, just behind the engine, just in front of where Richard is sitting, adding that extra zip and power. And you'll see this hovering manoeuvre and gyroscopic manoeuvres throughout the course of this air display. Matching anything he has done in the past, an incredibly agile machine. It's wacky, it's wild, it's hard work. Here he is in his usual position, upside down, pushing the aircraft around using the rudders. And the blood pouring into his head, is straining against it before zipping out in a number of dynamic rolls back into normal and rarely ever stable flight, but nonetheless exciting. So he's got the whole pocket of manoeuvres up his sleeve, Richard, and he's given the opportunity and the flexibility to design the display as suits the conditions. And here we are on a near perfect day for this sort of flying. Right at the top end, and of course, not only does this take hours and hours and hours of practice, but of course, you've got to keep fit for it as well. Right up in the regimes of Formula One drivers, here he is literally hanging on to the residual power there. He was telling me earlier on that as we see the torque effects there, that he's thinking of adjusting the little jet engines, and you'll see them when you get up close to you. They're just fitted similar colours of it, so they're a little bit camouflaged, but you can just see them sticking out just between the wings on this aircraft. This aircraft going back to the mid to late 40s, really, in its development by Curtis Pitts, built pretty much exclusively for competition aerobatics, and dominated much of the competition arena right through into the 60s and 70s with some very, very famous teams indeed. But you can just see the speed with which he can put in those flick rolls. Climbing now, here he is virtually in the hover, and if he holds it much longer, the aircraft will start to, there it is, it ceased. Well, he's turned it into a pinwheel, turning it on its side as well as letting it hammerhead down at the same time, tumbling through the sky. But a little later on, when we come to his modified version of the Tower of Power, he will no doubt hang on in there and just let the torque of the propeller turn it into a gyroscopic maneuver whilst he's maintaining a virtual hover position using that residual power from those additional little jet engines. Many people have made the Pitts their personal steed and made very famous, but there was a lady back in the States who made the most of this. Her name was Betty Skelton, and many of the early Pitts had a little monograph on the side, and hers was the Little Stinker. And that one now hangs upside down in the Smithsonian Aviation Museum at Dulles Airport in Washington, so do take a look when you're passing through. This built from scratch, a modified S2S fuselage. One of the major differences with this, the wing design is unique, massive ailerons and more wing area, giving it the most phenomenal roll rate and better low speed handling. Looking absolutely magnificent in the bright sunshine today. Here he is, holding up. You hear the distinctive sound of those little jet engines holding out. Here he is now hovering. Let's see how long he can just hang on in there. Just drifting slightly down, but the aircraft still firmly under his control. Maybe the tiniest bit of forward movement just to keep a bit of airflow over the wings. Holding it off the gyroscopic for the moment, putting the power back on, recovering easily. So whilst looking like a pit special, indeed it is, it's not like any other aircraft you can buy off the shelf, that's for sure. Richard, unique in his development as an engineer, an ex-Tornado pilot himself. His father was a hunter display pilot, so flying is very much in his DNA, but he spends as much time in the engineering workshop with these aircraft as he does practicing to fly these displays. Once again, hanging in the air, taking all that residual power, a little bit of gyroscopic effect there, just enhancing that now. A most extraordinary position to be in an aeroplane. In a moment, he'll just let it flop down, take back control, hammer heading down, and using all this energy now as he drives down to build up for the next maneuver. Hates going anywhere in a straight and level direction, does Richard. Always fills any remotely short gap with at least a few flick rolls or a tumble, or just a bit of inverted flying. They're skidding and rolling at the same time across the sky. The heart of the power being the 6-cylinder 8.5 litre 540 Lycoming engine. Got all the extras on board, including a massive smoke system. The original gear taken off, strengthened with new titanium sprung gear lugs and a new shape around what is a carbon cowling, reducing the weight and the profile drag of the machine. And also a modified rudder, giving it much better yaw control, which you can see he uses extensively throughout the course. Back up into another hover. That's very much going to be the trademark of this jet's, the jet pit variant of his stable of aircraft. And that really is static, isn't it? That's a hoverfly. Quite astonishing. Gyroscopic effect breaking in now, letting it tumble down, losing his airspeed and control, and now the weight and the downward trajectory giving him all that energy back again. Really winding it up now. Sounds very strange, doesn't it, having a bit of jet noise as well there. Most unusual to have that associated with this class of aircraft. Climbing so much easier as well. Look at that, a tower of power. Astonishing. He'll just be collecting his thoughts again now, checking the TPs and whatever on the engine, ensuring that everything is ready to convert this height back into a bucket load of energy as he dives the aircraft in towards the sea. As soon as he levels out, he'll almost certainly throw in a couple of extra flick rolls. Smoke is on. Pulling up the G now. He's going into a hesitation roll. Pushing out now, the blood rushing to his head. Now putting in those rolls. Got a max speed around about 200 miles an hour, but it stalls. Well, it doesn't really stall at all, as you've now seen, but a normal conventional stall would be around about 50, 55 miles an hour. Tiny little aircraft. You sit really squat right in the heart of this airframe when you're flying it. And again, trademark knife edge pass. Oh, and that could be a pure jet engine, couldn't it? A pure jet aircraft flying past us there. Really quite spooky. Just got the most phenomenal climbing rate on this. Just, I don't know, it's like a mini Typhoon, isn't it? Absolutely astonishing performance on this. What a difference from Gee Whiz. I think he's just calling there for his final pass. That was an exhilarating climb up into the sky. Fantastic performance indeed, absolutely amazing. Well, it's the first time I've actually seen him. I've spent a good few hours in his workshop up at Staverton Airport in Gloucester, And I have to say, you know, he just has done the most brilliant job. Well, I'll pass on your grateful thanks. Terrific round of applause, everybody. Really, he will appreciate that immensely, and a genuinely super chap to have around. So I hope some of you get to meet him while he's here as well. Whoa-wee, that was terrific, absolutely terrific. Well, the other good bit of news is we've got Red 10 with us already. He's just doing his preliminary checks, of course, not just the commentator, but he is the safety manager for the team. And I see the boss has dropped in to see us as well. Wing Commander Cos, as we call him, and he's the man in the know. And I've little doubt, hopefully you'll get the chance to meet a few of the boys up on the Western Lawns during the course of the weekend. Glorious weather. Well, while we set the scene there, just a reminder for those who will no doubt be trying to get home afterwards, it's clearly going to be very busy, but as the weather is so spectacular, why not just stick around for a wee bit longer, enjoy the beach, enjoy the town, the restaurants, and just the general camaraderie and bonhomie around the seafront here. The Western Lawns are going to stay open a little bit longer this evening till 6:30 and give you the chance to have a go on the various simulators and meet the teams up there as well. And for those staying overnight, clearly entertainment, I think, is going to be a throbbing town this evening. Just tremendous to see this turnout. And the most important thing, though, please give us generously as you can. If you've enjoyed a really terrific day out, which I think most of us have today already, then do give generously to the bucket collectors. Absolutely every penny will go, but also supporting a number of charities as well, which are equally important, with 30% of whatever you donate going into the local charities, the Air Ambulance of Kent, Surrey and Sussex, Eastbourne Dementia Action Alliance and the Salvation Army. After this perhaps, but as I say, we hope you won't rush off. Last bus 6:40 back to the Airfield car parking, I'm advised. But do make sure that you pick up anything that belongs to you, and that includes your rubbish as well. Dispose of everything sensibly. Keep a close eye on the kids, as it is very crowded here on the seafront. And please don't rush. Listen to the marshals and take directions from the police and the stewards where possible. But just a fantastic evening to stick around, chill out, and enjoy the joys of a summer's evening in Eastbourne. So we go. We'll be hearing from Red 10 in a moment as soon as he is ready to start. Last chance to get yourselves comfy, pick up whatever you need, and settle down. I think we are almost certainly guaranteed a full display from the Red Arrows today, and that gives them as much joy as it does us to be able to do that. 10. They'll be with us in a couple of minutes' time. You will have noticed the wing commander, the boss there, walking around holding a 3-kilogram weight on his wrist with a pair of handcuffs. I heard him being interviewed earlier on today, and of course that is all for the all-important connection between them and combat stress. A very key charity supporting those, of course, who've suffered in various ways from being in the combat zones, as many of us have been over the last few years. It's hard to imagine how many activities we've been in for many, many years. So it'll be great to hear from them and see them in just a moment, representing good causes as well as terrific professional flying. So just, I reckon, about 2 or 3 minutes to go before we get the ladies from Red 10. One of his main duties is, of course, to check on things like the wind and the display area, the general clearance with the flying display management team and everything else. And once that is complete, he'll then get on the radio to check in with Red 1. And then we should be ready to go. Coming up tomorrow, pretty much the same lineup. So stick around if you can, or make sure your friends come and join us tomorrow. With the addition, we hope, of the Norwegian Vampire as well, which sadly couldn't make it here today. The showground opening at 10:30 tomorrow, flying starting around about 1 o'clock. Do pick up a program if you didn't pick up one today, and when you come back tomorrow, you'll be given a detailed flying program for tomorrow as well, just to help you plan your day. One big addition tomorrow, of course, once it's all over, it's not complete until the big firework finale. The party starts on the beach tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. with live music from Radio Airbourne and fireworks at 9 p.m. Very kindly sponsored by the Eastbourne Hospitality Association, Elite Medical and Frontier Fireworks. Okay, I've got the thumbs up. We are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready. Please give a massive airborne welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne! I am Squad Leader Graham Muscat, and I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrow! I have the honour today of taking you through the display. My role as a team supervisor is to ensure that the team are adhering to all the safety regulations and all the procedures that we need to. However, I'll also give you some information about the wider Royal Air Force, about the RAF Aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, and also I'll put your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a second of the action. For those of you that were here yesterday, you saw that the weather wasn't particularly great yesterday, the visibility, and unfortunately we had to curtail our display halfway through. However, it's great to see that the skies are clear. The visibility is beyond 10K, and that means we should be able to put on a fantastic show for you today. The team are airborne out of Royal Air Force Odium as we speak, and they'll be transiting here ready to put on the show for you today. As I said, it's great to be back at Eastbourne. It's our 59th display season this year, and we are displaying over 60 displays and over 15 official flypasts. And this is our second day at Eastbourne. Unfortunately, we weren't able to appear on Thursday, and we should be back here tomorrow, all being well. There are 3 types of display that we can do. It's either a flat display, a rolling display, or a full display, and that depends on airspace and weather conditions. For a full display, we need a minimum of 5,500 feet cloud base, 2,500 feet for a rolling show, and 1,000 feet for a flat show. However, as you can see, there are no clouds here today. However, we do have an airspace restriction, and we are capped to 5,500 feet, so I don't think Red 1 will be able to take the show full today. He'll certainly get a rolling show, but those decisions are made by Red 1 as he rolls into the display, and up to literally 5 seconds before the smoke comes on, he will make those decisions. So the Red Arrows then, one of the key roles of the Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force, which as a service is on duty 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Through our quick reaction Typhoon aircraft, both at home and abroad, operating within our guidelines and operating alongside our allies, protecting the airspace of the United Kingdom and our allied partners all the way across the world. In addition to that, our whole force individual personnel, whether that be regular, reservists, civil servants or civilian contractors will work as one, protecting the skies and working to enable the safety and create the safety of the people of the United Kingdom and our allies. In addition, we also have the Chinook Heli Force, and we also have the Air Transport Heli Force, who work, and you've seen them in the past, using humanitarian aid all across the world and helping those who are less fortunate. I've just spoken to Red 1, the team at Airbourne. They're now preparing their pre-show checks. They do their pre-show checks, they get the smoke ready before their arrival. However, please put your hands together for 2023. It's the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! The team arriving in wall formation. That's a formation which is approximately 200 to 300 feet from left wing to right wingtip. As Tom brings the formation around to the left, that's indicating to me he's taking the show rolling. You can see now the team starting to collapse into formation known as 8 Arrow. Leading the team this year in his third and final year is Red 1, that's squad leader Tom Bold. He's previously flown the Typhoon. He's also been in the team in 2014 to 16 where he was the synchro leader. As I said, he's flown Typhoon operationally. He's also a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II and Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. The smoke comes on for the 8 Arrow present. However, keep your eye on the formation as they conduct a dynamic shape change. As Red 7 and 8 perform a rollback and change the shape from 8 Arrow into Vixen. As the team now move to the right, you can see all 8 aircraft in the formation. Clearly we are usually a 9, and we would be in a Diamond 9 formation or trademark formation if 9 was there at the back. However, for 2023 we are only displaying as an 8. And that's simply because we cannot train more than 3 new pilots each year due to safety and supervision. And it's simple that the maths just didn't work out to build the formation up to a 9 this year. However, next year is our 60th anniversary. It's our own Diamond Jubilee, so we hope to be back at our 9. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. Here comes the Vixen roll. On the right-hand side of Red 1 is Red 2. That's Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his first year on the team. He's a very highly experienced and competent pilot. He's flown operations on both the Harrier and the Typhoon. He's also been a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. As I said, there are 8 pilots in the display, and there's also myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, and also former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. And we are a military unit, and of course we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, who is also with me here today at Datum in Eastbourne. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he's also flown the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force, and he also flew the Hawk T Mark I in the aggressor role with 100 Squadron. The smoke goes on from Reds 4 and 5 now as they've made their way all the way back to the rear of the formation. Those familiar with the Red Arrows will know that this is what the Apollo formation. The first of our space-themed shapes as Red 1 starts to bring the formation around to the left for the Apollo present. On the left-hand side of Red 1 is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Tom Hansford. Tom is also in his first year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot and also qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he would teach weapon technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Reds 2 and 3 smoke is on now as the entire centre section make their way rearwards. As you can see now, Reds 4 and 5 are even further back in the formation, which makes it extremely difficult for them, as we take all our formation references from Red 1, regardless of where you are in the formation. And being that far back, it makes it extremely difficult for them to keep an eye on Red 1, so they're working extremely hard. As we are now in Eagle formation, the smoke will come on for the Eagle present. The Eagle formation, clearly we had the Apollo space missions previously, and now we are at the Eagle landing craft, the second of our space-themed shapes. This is a nod to the fact that the Royal Air Force knows that space plays an important part in future military operations. And in fact, in 2021, UK Space Command was formed to enable us to explore those military operations in space in the future. And in 2022, Space Command reached its initial operating capability. Reds 4 and 5, the smoke comes on as they make their way forwards to sit alongside Reds 2 and 3, settled behind Red 6, with Reds 7 and 8 in trail. In May of 2023, the Royal Air Force celebrated the anniversary of Op Chastise. This was that famous mission in World War II to take out the dams in the Ruhr Valley, which of course was taken out by the world famous 617, the Dam Buster Squadron, who fly today. However, they fly the 5th generation F-35. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. Here comes the lightning roll. As the team roll to left on the far right-hand side, uppermost is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie, once again, is in his first year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. Ollie was also a member of the North Wales BAC Strikemaster pair, which you've seen displayed earlier on. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 5, that's Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Second year on the team, he was Red 3 last year. He's also flown Tornado GR4 with 9 Squadron, and he also flew the Typhoon with 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. As I said, 10 pilots on the team. All the pilots must have over 1,500 fast jet hours before they can apply to join the team. They also must have 1 operational tour and be assessed as above average before they can even apply to join the team. Red 7 now moves to the left, Red 8 moves to the right in the first of our big winged shapes. This is the Signet.
Left, out, reversing, left, now. Holding the bank, now. Okay.
You heard in that radio transmission, the transmissions of Red 1, he's giving the commands to the rest of the team. And you can almost be forgiven saying it was a robotic and kind of monotone way in the way he delivers those commands. And that's because we fly our formation on ear as well as eye, which means that Red 7 and 8 on the outside of that formation, as they turn right now, they're starting to put their commands into the stick a little bit earlier than the ones on the inside, as they have a larger amount of airspace to go through. This enables the whole formation to move as one, rather than a ripple effect down the wing. Now you can see Red 7 and 8 sitting in trail for the rest of the formation, as Red 1 brings them around to the right. For one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that the Red Arrows fly in the display. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the Red Arrows ride the storm. This is the Tornado! Red 7 and 8 roll go, aboard is call as Red 7 and 8 roll around the rest of the formation. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the formation around to the right. The red and the blue smoke comes on, and making it even more difficult for Red 7 and 8 to roll around the rest of that formation. On the front section, you may have seen that those aircraft at the front are flying with their air brake out. That is the small door at the back of the aircraft underneath the belly. This means that the pilots are now flying with a higher throttle setting. That there pipe produces a hotter engine gas temperature, which makes the smoke burn a lot more brightly. It also disturbs the airflow out the back of the aeroplane, which makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller, thereby enhancing certain manoeuvres in the display. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we come to the end of the first half, so far you have seen formation flying involving all 8 aircraft. As we go into the second half, we will now split into 2 sections. For the second half, which is a lot more dynamic, fast-paced and more heart-pumping, jaw-dropping manoeuvres carried out by the team. The front section are now Reds 1 through 5. They're now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. And we have Reds 6, 7 and 8 now named as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, who was attributed of taking the team from a 7 to a 9 and also forming our trademark Diamond 9 shape. However, look directly to your front. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready for the start of the second half. This is the detonator! Enid breaking first, followed by Hannah with Red 6 off to the left, Red 7 off to the right, and Red 8 up over the top. You may have heard in that radio transmission a tone, and that is actually Red 6 talking to Red 7 and 8, giving them the command to brake. This allows him to communicate on the radio without speaking over the voice commands of Red 1. We now have the synchro pair, Red 6 off to the left, Red 7 off to the right, led by Red 6, the synchro leader. That is squadron leader James Turner, known as JT. JT is in his 4th and final year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Typhoon, as well as the Hawk T-Mark 1. The synchro pair now facing each other at only 100 feet above the sea. They have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They will hopefully pass in the middle of the display, passing with only 100 feet of each other. Each aircraft now performing a 4-point hesitation roll. Now each aircraft turning away from the shoreline, pulling up to 5 to 6G as they complete the manoeuvre known as Cyclone. As the synchro pair leave to our front, look directly to your right and Red 8 comes in. The blue smoke comes on. Look in the distance to your far left-hand side. You can see a trail of red smoke. As Enid now put themselves into an inverted V position, Red 8 lines up with the rest of the Enid as he performs the Goose. Red 1 gathers the rest of Enid and brings them around to the left with the red, the white and the blue smoke on. As the aircraft pass, you might be able to see a small tank under the belly of the aircraft. It looks like a fuel tank, it's actually the smoke pod. That smoke pod produces 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each colour is selectable by an individual button on the pilot's control column. During winter training, the coordination between Red 1 and Red 6 ensures that we have the right colour smoke in the display at the right time and that we don't run out. As the smoke comes off from me, look directly to your front, you can see the synchro pair running in with Red 7 in tango position on Red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. This is the one you do not want to miss the opportunity to photograph and video. The smoke comes on from the synchro pair as they split and perform the synchro rolling hard. And the Red Arrows would like to dedicate today's heart to NHS organ donation on behalf of James and Holly, who recently got engaged. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side as Red 8 comes in and spears the heart. Eastbourne, give Hannah Formation a massive round of applause for a wonderful heart in the bay over Eastbourne. Now keep looking to your left and to your right as the synchro pair once again at 1,000 feet left and right. They'll dive down once again to 100 feet above the sea. They'll have a closed speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll perform a series of barrel rolls in a maneuver called the double rolls. As synchro pair leaves there, look to your far right hand side now with Enid pulling up, Red 8 joining in trail on Red 1. The red and the blue smoke comes on as they perform a series of barrel rolls through the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky. This is a maneuver we like to call the Python. Of course, as I said, 10 pilots on the team, but the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. The squadron has over 140 personnel, of which 130 of them are the engineers, the technicians, the administrators, the public relations, and they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their coveralls. And there are a number of Blues today here at the public relations tent up on the showground, so please pop along and say hello. Inside those Blues, there are 10 individuals who get to fly in our aircraft when we cannot take the full engineering complement with us. One individual is Circus 10. That is Corporal Phil Dye. He is on the beach somewhere in front of us, filming the display for safety and debriefing purposes. He's also responsible for many of the videos and social media pictures all across social media taken from my aircraft when we fly around the display. However, once again, look directly to your left, look directly to your right as the synchro pair run back in with the smoke behind them running in. Each aircraft performing an aileron roll. Pull goes the call as Red 6 and 7 pull up, achieving 5 to 6 G. That means each one of them is now weighing, everything about them is weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the shoreline. They reach a height of over 2,500 feet. They're now inverted at 60 degrees nose down as they try to mirror each other in a maneuver called the boomerang. Look to your left-hand side now in the distance, and Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. Red 1 at the front, all the way back to Red 5, as the Red 1 brings them around to the left in the helix. As the aircraft pass, you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk Team Mark 1, being in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976. And it's been the aircraft of the Red Arrows since 1979. It can fly up to 48,000 feet. It can go supersonic in a dive, however, not something that we do these days, as she is getting a little bit long in the tooth. However, she's a great aircraft to fly and is perfect for what we do in the Red Arrows. Reds 2 and 4 move to the right, Reds 3 and 5 to the left-hand side as they form up in Leaders' Benefit. And of course, 2023, we celebrated the coronation of King Charles III. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the colour comes on for the Enid Coronation Present.
Let's get that permission.
As Enid leave, look to your right-hand side, and Hannah are already on their way back in with Red 6 smoking white. He rolls inverted. He calls for 7 and 8 to roll, goes, rolls 7 and 8, roll around his smoke. Smoke in blue is Red 7, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. Stu is in his second year on the team. He was Red 2 last year. He's flown Typhoon with both 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. Smoke in red is Red 8, Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, known as Simo. Former Tornado GR4 pilot. He also flew the Tornado GR4 roll demo in 2010. He's also flown the Harrier and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. As Hannah leaves to our left-hand side, look directly to your right-hand side, and Hannah running back in the white smoke in trail. 2 and 3 roll go as the command goes as Reds 2 and 3 roll around the outside of Reds 4 and 5. Clear go as the comm as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the outside of the rest of the formation in one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master. This is the rollbacks. The motto of the Red Arrows is ACLAT, which means excellence. That means we strive for excellence in everything that we do. That was from the very bottom of the squadron to the very top. However, we are aware that we are custodians of that motto for only 3 to 5 years, and therefore we try to leave the formation in a better place than where we found it. However, look directly to your front now, and you've got Hannah running back in. That's Red 6, 7 and 8 running back in. The white smoke is in trail. 7 and 8 roll go as the blue smoke comes on, and 7 and 8 roll around 6. Once again, get your cameras ready for the penultimate break for Hannah. It's the Hannah Vortex break. Once again, Red 6 off to the left, Red 7 off to the right, Red 8 up over the top. The synchro pair, once again led by Red 6, pull up to approximately 40 degrees nose up. They'll pull up to about 1,000 feet. For their final manoeuvre of the show, they will once again dive down to only 100 feet above the sea. They'll have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They will perform a series of barrel rolls and inverted flight to lead the show in a manoeuvre called the crossbow. Look directly to your front now. In the distance, you can see Enid running back in on our crowd front, the white smoke in trail. The red smoke comes on as Red 1 rolls around the rest of the formation, leaving the infinity symbol in the sky for the infinity break. However, Eastbourne, it's been an honour, it's been a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on, he gathers the rest of the formation before taking the rest of the team back to Royal Air Force Odeon, where we've been operating from today. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, you can look us up online, raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. If you'd like any more information, you can look at raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We are on Insta and Twitter, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own accounts. I'm RAF Red 10. If you find me, you'll find all of the pilots. If you have any pictures, then hashtag Red Arrows. We'll pick them up, share them across social media. If you want to come and say hello, myself and Officer Commanding Rafat will be at the RAF Red Arrows PR tent in about 5-10 minutes. We do have some RAF Red Arrows prints to sell. They are pictures of the aircraft, signed by all the pilots. They're £10 each. I can only take cash, unfortunately. However, if you'd like any information, come speak to Lo, just come say hello anyway. On behalf of the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, thanks for coming out today. Please make sure you take plenty of water, sunscreen, safe trip on the way home. I hope to see you again in the future. Thanks very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
And put your hands together for Squadron Leader Graham Muscat there, Red 10, doing a magnificent job. And what a great day. And you will hopefully see him again, because he's coming back tomorrow, and so are they, at pretty much a similar time. A little bit later, I think, tomorrow. But nonetheless, fantastic stuff. Now, do please move carefully around the side. It's extremely busy at the moment. Wonderful to see so many people. So please don't rush anywhere straight away. We have got another really outstanding performance for you from the parachute team belonging to the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment, the Tigers, coming up very, very shortly, literally in a couple of minutes. But if you are moving, please make sure you take everything with you. As you pass the bucket collectors and their red tabard, you can see one right in front of me, and not enough people putting money in his bucket. Come on, turn round, put something in his bucket. I can see you chaps there, because every penny is going towards keeping this air show going. And it's really, really important that we make the absolute most of your attendance here today. It's just wonderful to see this support. Okay, so we're just getting ready for the next set. Right with me right now is their team manager and commentator, Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney. Ollie, that was a tricky day yesterday. What are we going to see today?
Hi George, yeah, that was very tricky. That was incredibly difficult wind conditions, and it was made everything very, very interesting for everyone involved. However, today we've got really good wind. It's nice and steady, blowing cross shore. We've got big blue skies. We can see everything. So today's going to be a really good demo, and we should see the whole routine of a free-fall group and a crew group.
So that means that's when you do like the try-by-side, that sort of stuff. What sort of effects? So is somebody going to like do a really long, perhaps free fall today? What, or do they literally just make it up at the last minute?
Well, they will make it up at the last minute. That's always going to make it very difficult for my job, but we should see two groups. So one will be a long free fall group, and then they do pull on pilots, and one will pull quite low, and they'll have a stream of people behind them. And then the second pass will be of the crew group, where they get out, deploy almost immediately, they're set up into a try, and so then do a try-by-side downplane.
Fantastic. I'm learning more. So I did a jump many years ago. Thoroughly enjoyed it, ticked the box. But it just never sort of gripped me quite the way it does. But I can see the excitement in it. It is just terrific. How come you as infanteers get to go parachuting now?
Well, we kept hold of it from like back in the 80s, when all the different regiments would have had a parachute display team, or the white helmets from the signals of the motorcycle display team. Most regiments would have had something fun, quirky. Risk assessments weren't a thing back then. Finances were not as much of an issue. Crown immunity existed, so there wasn't such a drama for anything that went wrong, and the Army pioneered risk. And therefore, all these events all happened, and we managed to keep hold of our display team, because our display team are particularly, they're very good. Hence why we have the honour of displaying at Eastbourne International Airshow, or Eastbourne Airbourne, as well as the other air shows around the country. So that's one of the reasons we managed to keep it.
And you are a superlative entertainment. What you did yesterday was quite fantastic. Everybody had their fingers crossed behind their backs. It was a strong wind, the tide was up, it was a bumpy day on the ocean as well, and it was a very small bit of beach. Now you've got, I think, maybe another 2 feet this afternoon, but nonetheless, it's still a much better day. So we wish you luck. Now, I think you've got a man on the ground.
I've got 2 guys on the ground, supported with the REMI as well. So I'm going to head over there shortly, and then we're going to get ready to go. And the aircraft should be getting into position about now.
And the drop time?
Drop times is 17:30 local.
Okay, well, I make that just in a couple of minutes' time, so you better get going.
Get over.
Okay, off you go.
Right, and thank you very much. Speak to you in a second.
Yeah, I'll give you a cue on that. They are indeed one of the best. We've got many parachute display teams, of course, in the country, but the Tigers are enormously entertaining, and there is a really good chance for the boys, girls, and indeed grown-ups as well, to chat to the team afterwards, get some photographs done down on the beach here, and maybe also up in the Western Lawns. Western Lawns is staying open till 6:30 this evening, so you get a bit of extra time to ensure that you get to go on the simulators and introduce the kids to the boys and girls, and all the men and women that have served the country, of course, as well, and get an idea of what sort of jobs they all do. And you know, there's a hell of a lot of other jobs equally exciting and fun and interesting, to get qualifications in as well as flying the airplanes themselves. Down on the beach, please make sure that you leave no rubbish behind. We've got a whole raft of people helping us improve the sustainability of not just this, but all air shows. And of course, that is really, really important. But while we've got a quiet moment, a chance to review all those who've helped us, West Rocks for their generous donation, The View, Cumberland and Lansdowne Hotels, all providing accommodation for the cruise this year. GM Monk Renewables have offered sponsorship. Caffin's running help with keeping the radio airborne going. And of course, we're also using e-vehicles to move the troops around, which makes it really easy getting the pilots to and from local airport to Shoreham, Birchwood, Ford and Euro self-drive. And we're able to communicate in the control cabin where I'm working with Cloud Connects, which is just great. But on that recycling front, it's Environment First are going to do all the recycling for you. So just put everything in the bins and it'll be sorted. Nothing is going to go to landfill this year, that's for sure. Helping us also with that is Ohm Energy, OHM. They've got a stand up in the Western Parks as well. And of course the Park and Ride bus service, last time I heard the last bunch, maybe a bit pressed this evening, I suspect, with so many of you, but nonetheless around about 6:40. Well, right now I make it almost drop hour for the parachutists, so let me reconnect you with the boys on the DZ, and let's go back to there is he now, the captain, Oliver Sword Gurney, down there in his little spot. I can't quite see him. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much, George. Hello, everybody. If you're moving, I suggest you stand still. There's lots of traffic to get out of Eastbourne. If you just hang around an extra 30 minutes, I reckon, as a strong infanteer with knowledge of how to dig holes, shoot things and jump out of aircraft, no knowledge of traffic, but I do think there'll be a little bit of a space if you just hang around a little bit longer and watch the Tigers Army parachute display team come in and do their thing. So, as mentioned, my name is Captain Oliver Sword Gurney. I am the officer commanding of the Tigers Army parachute display team. We're here at Eastbourne International Airshow, also known as Eastbourne Airborne. We have been displaying here for quite a few years now, and this is one of our most exciting air shows to jump at. Now that's mainly because we are a regiment of the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment. Said that twice, I didn't mean to. So we are the PWRR, and this is our local area. This is where we massively recruit from. A lot of the team are from the surrounding area, and it's such an honour to be back. And we get to have our families here watching us, and they don't always get to do that, because quite often we're all over the place. Okay. So, a few little safety notes. As the aircraft's coming across now, it's a Cessna 208 Caravan fixed wing. It has got the display jump master today is Private Matthew Botchwright. He is leaning out the side of the aircraft. If you look really closely, you'll see there's a door cut in the side. It wasn't originally designed to a parachute aircraft. We like to ad hoc, and then we have the aircraft. So they're going to go along and throw 2 wind drift indicators out for the Woody run. There they go. So these are the Woodies. Okay, wind drift indicators. They are yellow and red, 2 inverted colours, okay, and they represent parachutists under canopy. So when these get dispatched, the parachute display jump master and the pilot will be banking round to the left, so the display jump master can look out the door, the pilot can look out the window, and they can make an assessment of how strong the winds are doing in the uppers. And then to assess that, you got Private Ryan Clarkey, who is a local from around these parts. He's giving a wave. He's also popping some smoke, so he's there giving a good indication of the wind, what the wind's doing on the ground, and if there's any curl over. In addition, supporting me, I've got Private Barney Martin, okay, from Portsmouth. Again, not too far away. Again, a member of the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment supporting. And then we also have Craftsman Paige Smith from the Remy Lightning Bolts, who's part of the Remy engagement team, also supporting a display jump. So the aircraft now just doing a confirmation of what the winds are doing, and then they're going to start cycling up to altitude. Now with the winds today, it's pretty strong. It's quite on our limit. It's almost like what it was yesterday, but where the winds were coming from a different direction yesterday, making it particularly challenging, avoiding the Ferris wheel and all the cables. Okay, they're now going to have to battle the strong winds, hence we've chosen a different part of the beach. So the aircraft's going to start cycling up to altitude now, hopefully 6,000 feet. There's nothing above us to prevent that, apart from the actual display area. While it's doing that, just a few safety points. As always, there's always a little bit of safety. So the smoke that we'll be using is non-toxic. It will be blowing down the beach, especially from the parachuters as they come across your head. So please just, if it gets into your face, it is completely fine to breathe, but it may stain your clothing. So I suggest moving out the smoke if you can. In addition to that, if one of the parachuters decides that they are not going to land on the beach and they look like they're going to land on you, then please do just step to the left, step to the right, and then let them land. Let them pick up their equipment safely and send them over to me, and we'll have a little bit of a debrief. And then maybe next year at Eastbourne, they'll be stagging on a gate somewhere up north like Catterick. However, that will not happen. So the display jumpers, to actually get onto the team, you need to have a minimum of 200 jumps. Okay, that's a British Skydiving C licence. And then to get cleared to do displays, they then need to be cleared by the team leader, and then they also need to be cleared by myself as the officer commanding. So we look at two different methods. We look at their parachute ability and also their character. So they need to be able to stand in front of the public and then showcase what the Army can offer. And the Army can offer some really exciting stuff. So that's how they get on, and that's how we know that they will not be landing in a crowd. They will be landing nicely onto the beach. However, this is an unusual drop zone for us. As you notice, we're using two parts of the beach. We need a minimum of 100 metres by 50 metres width. And unfortunately, due to the nature of Eastbourne, we've got this lovely wooden wall right in the middle of the drop zone. So that makes it quite tricky. So the guys who are just displaying, this is not going to be their first demos. This is going to be quite serious, well-trained, well-experienced demo jumpers to make sure they don't land into the groins and have a bit of an injury. However, we are beautifully supported by the Coast Guard here, who are going to give a bit of a wave. They're there sweating out in their really, really, really hot dry suits, doing a fantastic job on the beach, and also the ones out to sea, just in case the guys decide to get in a drink. And we've got Elite Medical as well, who are also there, just in case they have a bit of an accident, and then we can do some good sort of safety there. So unlike everything else at the air show, we don't have an engine, with the exception of the Cessna 208 Caravan up there. We have just our parachutes, which are coming up to set up. So these are Ram Air parachutes, square-shaped. They're there to steer, they're completely steerable, and they're all really good sort of systems, and that's what we have to use when we go in. So the way they come in, they always like, a bit like an aircraft, like to land into wind. So for you budding photographers out there, if you notice the cross, it's not quite a cross, but we call it a cross, is in the shape of a T. And that is there, so they go along and then into the wall. So that is the direction that that'll be landing. It's like a little flattened T. So while it's going up to altitudes, a little bit more about the team. We formed in 1986 from the Queen's Regiment, the Flying Dragons was called. I've met a few people today who are in the Flying Dragons from back in the day, when the two Queens and then became PWRR in 1992, where we formed the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. And after that, in about 2019, we moved from a free-fall team into an actual Army team. So we came under command of Home Command and Regional Command, and then we formed the Army display team as it is known now. And we are completely publicly funded. We represent the Army. We jump all over the country, all over the world, in particular America. We've had some of the team members go out to Australia. We go and support NATO exercises, NATO air shows, hence where we're going to the Czech Republic soon. So we do have a great sort of display calendar. It's quite busy, all over the country. And as I mentioned earlier, Eastbourne is one of our favourites because it is our home. If you're interested in seeing some more of us, we do have Instagram, Twitter, all the normal standard social media. Private Barney Martin, who's standing here checking out the winds at the moment, he's one of our media reps. So he's there, he can answer all your questions. If you want to send any questions, send in any pictures. We'd love to see what you do and also what you manage to capture. The really important thing from you guys is that the more likes we get, the more pictures we get, it keeps us away from our normal infantry business, which is digging trenches and firing rifles, rather jumping out the sky is a lot more fun. So please do share all your pictures. And furthermore to that, if you really do enjoy seeing what it is and you think you could do a skydive, you could contact us and we could throw you out of a plane. could be you, it could be a loved one, it could be a partner, it could be a friend, family, whoever. You might be strapped to one of the guys. It's totally up to you. Okay, you know, depending on how much you want to pay. Okay, we can throw you out of an aircraft at our home base in Netheravon, which is in Wiltshire, the Salisbury Plains, where one of the big famous sort of army training areas are. Okay, that's where we tend to operate, and that's where this aircraft has come from as well. So please do have a look out for that. So hopefully this is the aircraft on jump run now. It's really hard doing these events because I have absolutely no idea what's going to go on. So right now, after the wind drift indicators have been dispatched, the display jump master would be doing a discussion and delivering what we call quick battle orders. He's then going to set up what the group is. So we've got 8 jumpers on the aircraft today. We should see 2 groups. We should see a free-fall group, and we should see a canopy relative work group, a crew group. There we go, we've got smoke on, that's a good thing. That's not the aircraft on fire, that is the aircraft ready to dispatch. And there we go, we've got number 1. Okay, so number 1, there should be Lance Corporal Anthony Highland, he should be leading us in. Okay, we've got 2, should be a few more up there as well. They've got good separation because it's quite windy. So they want to make sure they've got good separation between them. Okay, you've got 3, 4, and here we go, coming down into the free fall routine. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is the aircraft, that all canopies are out, so please do have a look up there. You can see them all going, and they're setting it down and coming down into the landing. So the first canopy down, from what I can see, has got a slightly different canopy. So this canopy with the different colours is from the RLC Silver Stars. RLC Silver Stars is another Army parachute display team. We do support each other, and so they're really good. So that is Captain Amy Calway. She is coming down pretty hot, all the way down, on fire, on smoke, and they should be setting the landing pattern. Behind her, you've got the rest of the jumpers all the way coming down as well. And then we've got a few flags deployed as well. So we got behind her, you've got Lance Corporal Anthony Highland is flying the infantry flag. We like to represent the infantry, so that's who we are. We recruit from the Queen's Division, as we're now a Queen's Division team, which is 6 proud regiments of the infantry. However, setting it down is Captain Amy Calway. You can tell over the pilot chute behind her. So she's got slightly different parachute set up. And here she comes. Give her a big, big loud round of applause. Captain Amy Calway coming in fast. And there she is. What a brilliant landing is that. We have Corporal Hurst here as well, coming in with the infantry flag. Private Land Warfare, what a great landing that was. They're right there onto the ground. With Lance Corporal Gibson as well, flying the UJ flag. And then Lance Corporal Anthony Highland, flying the Dross on top, which is the charity we like to support. Coming in nice and smooth there. Look at those 2 fantastic jumpers. However, ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention straight up. You'll see the crew group has formed now. So you have 3 in the crew group. Okay, they formed a tri-side, they've linked together, crashed their canopies into each other. And they formed the formation, and now pulling it down and doing a down plane. Tri-side down plane on smoke, screaming to the earth, really, really fast. And then there's a split. So in that group, we've got Sergeant Frank Miller, the team leader, Private Matthew Bottright, the display jump master, and Private Will Sims as well, with Private Jacob Jackson behind, filming it all on camera. That there is probably one of the most complicated moves you'll ever see in parachuting. Here comes Sergeant Frank Millerick there. What a beautiful landing that is. Followed quite swiftly by Private Matthew Bottright there. A little heel kick because he likes to show off a bit. There it goes. And he's down. But Private Will Sims, okay, coming in nice and fast there. Final one. But last but no means least, Private Jacob Jackson there, who is filming it all with camera helmet set up. Okay, all the way in. Nice little landing, nice and smooth. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, is the entire team down. Cool, so that is the aircraft heading back to Netheravon now. That is what has happened. So in the next few seconds, what you're going to see is the team are going to sort their kit out. And they're going to form a little lineup, and then we've got the council here to come and take a salute for the lineup. So give us a few seconds for the guys to form that out. And then once they're all sorted, they're going to come up and do a lineup. And once the lineup is complete, the beach will be open. You come and take some pictures with the guys. We'll be on the beach for a little bit. Come and take some photos. And then after that, we're going to move up to the Army Village to do our parachute packing all over there. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the British Army, the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, that's been a fantastic show. We'll be here again tomorrow. Please do share all your pictures on our social medias. You've been a wonderful crowd. Thank you for hanging around. A little bit touch and go yesterday, but today was a fantastic jump, and hopefully it should be better weather tomorrow. So thank you. Have a safe journey back when you do head back.
Well, grateful thanks. Big round of applause, Captain Oliver Sword Gurney there. Ollie getting so excited today. It was just spectacular when it all comes together like that. An absolutely full-on Red Arrows display and a full-on really terrifically exciting and competent parachute drop to finish what's been a very memorable third day of Airbourne this year. Really, really outstanding news. Now, please make sure you've got everything with you. Check the kids, check your equipment. Don't leave anything behind, and dispose of all your rubbish sensibly, please. But above all, don't rush. Tread carefully around. It's very congested seafront at the moment, and please listen to the steward's directions when you get in your car. Also tuning into Radio Airbourne 87.7 will keep you appraised of traffic around the environment as well. But you may want to just stick around a bit later. Lots of things to do. Wonderful restaurants, seafront of course, lots of street food, and a bit of entertainment. I'm not sure whether the Adele tribute has completely sold out yet, but I've little doubt it must be close to it. So go along and enjoy that. You can hear it in the street as well. I'll be down there later on this evening. Take a look out for the Invisible Man. He is around somewhere. We just haven't spotted him yet, but apparently he's appearing at Devonshire Park Theatre at 7:45. Same again tomorrow. We're kicking off just around about 1:30, I think it was. I noticed on the programme. Drafted full day right through till gone 6 o'clock tomorrow. Epic day, epic weather forecast, and the one jet we haven't seen yet, which we will hopefully get in the air tomorrow, the Norwegian Vampire, just making up a full pack for another really, really outstanding day ahead of us. Well, it's almost time for me to take a break as well. Certainly earned something thirst quenching, that's for sure, this afternoon. It's just been terrific to see so much support here, and a grateful thanks to everybody, but particularly to Pete Martin and the events team at Eastbourne Borough Council, who've worked so hard to make sure this event goes ahead under very, very testing economic circumstances. And I know we're all in the same boat, but do please give generously where you can. If you're passing the bucket collectors, do pop as much as you can in there, and that'll just hopefully give us a bigger, better, really outstanding 30th anniversary party next year. But we're on the beach. Let's chill out for a few minutes before we go back to Radio Airbourne.